Good morning. Welcome, everyone, both you who are in the room and also to those of you watching online. Welcome to this event, which will focus on technology cooperation for strengthened resilience in the agriculture sector. My name is Sarah Trarup, and I'm from the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, and I'll be moderating this event. In this event, we'll focus on how to replicate good practice, scale up implementation of climate technologies in the agriculture sector in the context of the Global South. We know what technologies are there, what's needed, and we also know that climate technologies are only moderately implemented in many countries, and as the impacts of climate change become increasingly visible across the globe, enhancing technology development and transfer becomes even more important. So today we'll have an overall focus on how we move from needs to actual implementation. We'll start our program with a short presentation to set the scene of technology needs of developing countries. Then I'll invite our panelists to join me for a discussion on how we can enhance technology transfer, what are the challenges, what are good lessons to learn from, and how can we make joint efforts to advance on this agenda. So I would now like to just share a few slides with you on the technology needs assessments that UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center have supported developing countries in conducting for the last 15 years. More than 100 countries have now taken part in this project, and as you can see here, it covers quite a large reach at the global scale, covering different regions. In January 2025, we will start the process in 17 new countries joining the project. Actually, 12 of these are rejoining, so they're not all new, but have decided to rejoin the project to update their priorities. We also have representatives from 2 of the countries with us here today. We have from Liberia and Yemen. And as we discuss agriculture sector, and it's also Food Day here in the Pavilion, I just wanted to share with you what are the priorities of these 100 developing countries that have so far undertaken their technology needs assessments. And this shows the priorities from the agriculture sector. And as you can see here, crop diversification, introduction of new varieties, drip irrigation, water catchment and harvesting, also farming systems and crop management, but also infrastructure and the implementation of technology within existing infrastructure comes out as key. And once we know what are the technology needs, it's also important to know it's not enough just to implement the technology, but also to focus on the enabling frameworks and what's required in terms of overcoming challenges for the upscale and diffusion of these technologies. And as part of the technology needs assessments, countries are also identifying for each technology what are the enabling framework conditions required. And what comes out here, and here we can see this is across sectors and across technologies, that economic and financial challenges are the most existing barrier for technologies across all sectors, but also for adaptation, as we discussed here, for agriculture cuts across mitigation and adaptation. But it's quite evident that also for the adaptation sector, there are many financial challenges to implement technologies. Then we have challenges related to legal and regulatory frameworks, information and awareness, human skills, technical skills, institutional and organizational challenges, and so forth. So all these conditions are part of creating the market conditions, creating the enabling frameworks. With this, you can find more information on this Global Technology Needs Assessment website, and it's also a key feature here at the COP29 in the nations where countries intensively and extensively discuss what are we going to do with the technology needs assessments, how are we going to implement the priorities, and how does the future look like for the technology needs assessments, as it is a tool under the convention for countries to report on the technology needs. It's also becoming a tool for the BTRs, for countries to report on what are the needs and what support has been received and what is the gap in terms of support for technology transfer. So with this, I would just like to end my presentation, and I would like to invite our panelists for today's discussions. And perhaps I would like to start with inviting Anne Høyer Simonsen, Deputy Director from Danish Industry, to join me here on the stage. I would like to invite Christopher Kaba, Manager for Planning and Policy, Environmental Protection Agency, Liberia. And also I would like to invite Al Okaisha, Technical Manager for the Climate Change Unit in Yemen, Ministry of Water and Environment. Please join me here at the stage. Or you can see. Thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure having you here today. So I'm looking forward to the discussion we're going to have. So perhaps I would like to start with Christopher. If you could elaborate a bit on what are the technology needs within the agriculture sector in Liberia, share some of the challenges learned, and how do we enhance upscaling implementation of technologies. And I'm also happy to see that we are now also joined by Hafsa Omar Abdillahi, who is the Director of Climate Change from Somalia. Hafsa is a TNA coordinator from Somalia, and the same was Chris for Liberia. But please, Chris, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to also our listeners online. Sarah, thank you for having me here. For our country, specifically for the agriculture sector, one of the technologies that we see as a priority is the storage facility for the preservations of agriculture produce in our country. That has been lacking. You notice that in our country, there are cross sections of our country that certain crops are grown at certain period, and then if you check different seasons, you will not see that particular crops on the market. So if we manage to have these storage facilities in most of the parts of the country, that will help us to be able to preserve, and then it will be able to encourage farmers to be able to grow more crops. Another technology that we think is very essential, which sometimes some colleagues say it's not really a technology, but I think it is a technology that has to do with value additions on agriculture produce. In our country, we find farmers who continue to grow their crops, but then there have been no value added to their produce, which are supposed to encourage them, to give them more incentives to continue to farm. As it is, people actually farm in our country, and those produce are normally used for household, and we've not managed to to take it to the farm. And the greatest challenge of my country with respect to that has to do with government being able to provide more financial support, provide incentives for farmers, encourage them, give them the tools and the methodology to be able to farm for our country. Another aspect that I think is a challenge has to do with roads, farm to roads connectivity, which is really, really deplorable. Farmers are not being able to, to transport their goods from the farm to the market. So we need to, to address some of these challenges in my country if agriculture will have to make a sense, and that we'll be able, to grow more food for our country. I'll give you this instance. My country, we eat a lot of rice. We import over 150 million US dollars value of rice from China, from India, whereas we have a very fertile soil. I think we need to make use of that opportunity with the soil to be able to grow our own staple food. Since we love to eat rice, we need to invest into it. Government will have to prioritize this. We have to make sure that, that it should not only be policy-based, but that we should be able, to do the talk and also be able to use most of our finance in the directions so that we'll be able to have staple food and food for our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing these needs from the side of Liberia. So now I would like to turn to Al Okaisha and ask a bit about if you could share some lessons with us from Yemen and what the focus is and the next steps in terms of overcoming challenges for the agriculture sector. technology implementation?
First, thank you for inviting us to this event, and thank you for the work in the field there and the report and the challenge that we meet in the report itself. First of all, I think in Yemen, water is the most important issue in Yemen, and agriculture is consuming mostly 19% of the water. So it's so linked between water and agriculture. Agriculture in Yemen is mostly divided to three types of farming. We have terraces. It's very famous from the ancient time. And we have a flat area, a flooding area, the deltas. And we have some flat area between mountains. So it's mostly three type of agriculture. When we start with the 10, it was difficult because there is a lot of small technologies, but every technology is important. So it was so challenging for us how to choose from this. Also, we have a lot of workshop for involvement with other stakeholders, but the problem also still that there is a list of technologies and each of them is important. But in the end, we back to the water. So we make a drip irrigation as very important technology because that's the issue of Yemen is the water. So drip irrigation, it came also because we need to reduce or to manage the water that used for agriculture. As I said before, it's 90%. So it need to reduce, especially that many people, they depend on spat irrigation. So from this point, everybody was in the end was said that drip irrigation is so important technology for agriculture. I saw myself that many spat irrigation, they pumping water for 22 hours. And if we could introduce the drip irrigation in big scales in Yemen, at least from this 90% of water that consume in agriculture, we can extend the agriculture areas. We can have more crops. We can have more production in the agriculture field. The other technology was so interesting that raised by all mostly they all confirm that terraces in Yemen is important technology for survival, because the people in the mountains they didn't have land, so their land is a terraces, and terraces is very important technology for many purposes, not only for soil conservation, but also for ecosystem, for water, for also for the view. But this terrace is really important because many people in Yemen, mostly 70%, they are subsistence agricultures. So you cannot transport the production from the coastal area or from deltas to these mountainous areas, but they depend on their land, close to their village. So when this races came to the top, it was also difficult because we didn't treat it as a technology. It's a history. As in many countries, Mexico, I think, and other countries, they have a terraces, but it's a history. And the first time was it is a technology. So we need to work on it more and more. Because of that, I think terraces technology will need a lot of effort because nobody knows it as a technology. And that's really the one or two technologies that have been came to our after our discussion with the locals and with authorities. And I think we are in the beginning. I mean, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this. And I also attended the launch of the National Climate Finance Program earlier or last week of Yemen with the GCF. And I think it's also very encouraging to see how priorities are picked up and escalated through such programs. So, yes.
I can but just two words. If you see the climate finance program, mostly two projects or three projects, they link to terraces and drip irrigation. Because Nixos, coffee production, this linked to these two technologies.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we're here with fragile states, with least developed countries. We're with Yemen, Liberia, and Somalia. But we're also here with Anne, who is representing the Danish industry. And even though Denmark is very different, I think there are valuable experiences that we can learn. And perhaps, Anne, if you can share a bit on the experiences from Denmark on climate technology and, of course, for the agriculture sector. But I think there must be some other also general lessons learned that we can use from.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here in this very, very good company. Denmark is a very small country, but we are a farming country, and we export a lot of food in different categories, both plants and also meat. And the situation we see in Denmark is that agriculture has depleted our soil and our lakes and our sea. So right now, this morning actually, there's an announcement of a new political agreement taking care of that. And that also raises question of just transition in Denmark. There's a lot of jobs in farming. There are farmers that have invested in land and so on. So it's a very big package that are going to change the agricultural sector in Denmark. And I think it might be of inspiration, not the actual concrete elements of it, but the way to do it. It's not like you put regulation on top of agriculture and they have to fit in. It's a sort of plan where we'll have more wood, we will have more biodiversity, we'll have cleaner waters, and still we will have an agriculture sector that changes. There are also technologies within it, how to produce food more efficient and with a better handling of the lands. Also, we take out agricultural soil. That's the thing we do in Denmark right now, to have more forests, but also especially vulnerable areas, we will not longer allow for agriculture or farming. So that's the situation. In general, in Denmark, we are quite a green country. We have a lot of wind power and the solar power, but we come from a past with a lot of coal-fired power plants. So we are greening also our energy sector, our industrial production, and in that way we are trying to take the responsibility for some of the also past-time emissions. I think that would be my opening.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I was just standing here thinking that I presented also on the technology priorities of developing countries, and it's actually not very far from what we're also focusing on in the Danish context: soil management, water management, sustainable practices, and so forth. So there are actually quite a lot of similarities in this sense. And perhaps I would like to now invite our representative from Somalia, Hafsa Umar, to share also some insights from the agricultural sector and the technology action plans that I know you are just launching at this very moment. So please, Hafsa, the floor is yours.
Good morning to you all, and thank you very much, Sarah, for arranging this event. And I'm happy to be with me, my colleague from Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Kainan. He's an expert on this area. But according to the Somalia's technology need assessment, and it was, I can say, it was long journey to have technologies for agriculture, for adaptation, all these. So as a Somalia, we are the country depending on agriculture. Around 70% of our livelihoods. So according to the TNA, we use it process that we prioritized our priorities according to the adaptation and mitigation. And agriculture in Somalia is under adaptation. And then we make a barrier analysis framework that we consulted line ministries and civil societies, and finally we developed our TAP. So according to the agriculture, we made two technologies, drip irrigation and early warning system. And when we were developing our barrier analysis, there is a financial circumstances and non-financial circumstances. For example, in drip irrigation, there is a financial circumstances. For a small and holder farmers, the cost of setting and maintaining community-based irrigation, it costs high financial. According to the non-financial thing, is a limited technology or limited capacity on that technology. On the other side, in early warning system, as you know, Somalia is a country that always face something that we call El Nino or flash flood is always so, and the need that we to get early warning system is very high. Although we have some domestications in different ministries, like there is early warning system in the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Livestock. We have also Somali and Disaster Management Authority, and also there is early warning system in the Ministry of Environment. So it's working different domestication, but Somali, it needs more than that. We need effective, an early warning system. So there is a financial and non-financial circumstances that hindering to implement or to establish that technology. So it needs high investment technologies also, and it needs technical capacities to develop. And also sometimes there is a communication dissemination challenges. So I can say, according to our technology, that is the barrier analysis that we made. And also according to the TAP, we made different sectors in our agriculture sector. Drip irrigation, we were thinking how to set up drip irrigation systems, and that will be effective until 2032. And also every TAP must have actions and also ambitions and goals. And also, according to the early warning system, we were thinking how to establish Somalia contain, in general, 18 regions, although we use a governance system, federal system, and federal member states, but in general, it is 18 regions. So we were thinking how to develop 18 different early warning systems in every region, and with its ambition and benefits, and also every early warning system has its own actions and the activities that we use. Without further ado, I will invite my colleague Kainan to add his comments.
You may use my microphone. This is.
Thank you so much, Hafsa.
Welcome to you for joining us here. So please share with us a few insights also from Somalia agriculture sector.
Thank you so much. Somalia usually depend on subsistence agriculture or smallholder farmers. The key and the backbone of Somali economy. And in technology, Somalia, in terms of technology, has the highest coverage in Africa in terms of internet, and the cheapest also, internet services. But this is not reflected in the agricultural sector due to barriers and gaps within research and also within extension services that the government ought to have been providing. So the private sector, in terms of telecommunication, in terms of setting the platform for network or data is there, but unfortunately that is not catalyzed in the agricultural sector. So basically the agricultural communities still rely on very outdated old models in receiving information compared to other sectors in terms of telecommunication, whereby most of them, again, statistics says that they have smartphones. Somali population, meaning that they get to use simple WhatsApp messages, Facebook, social media, network coverages everywhere, even in very remote rural areas in Somalia is widely covered. But unfortunately, when it comes to agriculture, that is not disseminated now in terms of providing information market systems, in terms of providing extension services to the farmers, and in terms of disseminating new technologies in terms of irrigation, water usage, early warning systems, all of them have gaps. And the government now is coming with policies. It's also coming up with proper coordination, how to coordinate this, and has set out a body that's now in charge of data and statistics that will look into that. I will probably stop there and have my reflections later. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing these additional thoughts. So perhaps I would like to ask each of you a last question, if you could keep your response to about 2 minutes each or so. We hear, and it is also a continuation of the last intervention here, the role of the private sector. There's also the role of government, and it's a well-known concept, public-private partnerships and cooperation, but it seems to be as important as ever. So perhaps if I could ask each of you to reflect a bit on how do we enhance public-private collaboration, also in terms of technology transfer. I will start from the one end. Please, Alukashi.
First of all, I think agriculture private sector start with the investment, because private sector, they have a share of a commercial agriculture. That's one point. The second point that is important is when you have a project or you have a technology, the technology have a chain. Most of the chain is in the private sector. Exporting, distributing, spare parts, all the remaining chain was still in the hand of the private sector. So we didn't treat the all this chain, mostly large part of it, it's with a private sector. For example, if we say drip irrigation as an example of one technology that have been raised in our technology need assessment. The technology is exported by the private sector and distributed by the private sector, and sometimes also used by commercial agriculture private sector. So what we are going to in Yemen, we are working from the beginning now with the private sector and especially with banks, because the bank also they have the financial instrument how to facilitate the distribution of this technology. Also, what we are trying to do is to work with the government also on the other side to reduce, for example, the task and to control the quality, because also a lot of technology came, but it's the quality of the materials and the availability of parts and spare parts is very low and very weak. So the farmer, they lose two times. They lose the money to buy the technology because they need, and they lose it because this technology cannot stay for a long time. So you take the drip irrigation, after 1 year it's not for use. So it cannot be technology run without these three corners: the government, the private sector, and for me is important also the financial sector, which represented by banks, and that's my points.
Thanks so much for this. I'll pass the word on to you, Christopher.
Yes, Sarah, I quite agree with him in path. I actually think that the government should be able to create an enabling environment for the private sector. That has to do with policy, that has to do with leveraging the reductions of taxes so that the private sector will be able to get involved more into agriculture, related activities in country. And I give you this example. In my country, as it is, the government is still owning on to farms and wanting to do productions of produce, agriculture produce. I think that undermines the involvement of the private sector. If you be able to, to give them those incentives, give them loans, be able to reduce taxes for them on these produce and agricultural activities, give them the tools, the methodologies to be able to farm, that will be able to produce more agriculture produce for our country. So I think the government should be able to create an enabling environment and provide the opportunity for the private sector to participate fully in the agriculture sector.
Thank you so much for highlighting these aspects. So, Anne, please.
Thank you very much. I agree, of course, very much as a representative for business organization that enabling private initiative is hugely important. In Denmark, we organized the green transition in 14 different partnerships where you have government and companies meeting on, for example, agriculture, energy transition, life science, and other sectors. And that organization spit out more than 400 recommendations for policymakers and even more for the companies themselves. And for example, within the manufacturing industry, more than half of those recommendations have come into law. So now it's the actual framework. And that's a very low-key, efficient way to cooperate between government and companies. And that's a kind of a pact where if you deliver this, we will do that. And it's also done in a way where the private sector can see itself in a quite ambitious transition where you have to change the way you produce things in different sectors very much, but still you will be able to be a player in the market in the future also. So enabling private sector is very important, and I think that the climate partnerships that we launched in Denmark 5 years ago have actually proved to be able to provide the dialogue and also in some sectors actually deliver the political decisions necessary.
Thanks so much for that. So our representative from Somalia, you will have the last word in the round.
Thank you so much. Probably here is the nexus of private sector, government regulations and policies, and how do we deliver this for particularly farmers, small-scale holder farmers. And it's about also unlocking finance, because these technologies are also very expensive to very rural, poor farmers who come from, in this perspective, developing countries. Some of them cannot afford, totally they cannot afford these technologies. It's expensive to them, it's expensive to maintain sometimes, but it's efficient. It's efficient and it produces more. And in the face of climate change, they have, and people need to embrace technology. Without that, it's never again the normal life of cycles, whereby rains were expected at the same time, farmers knew when to plant and when to sow. Now it's totally very different, a lot of disparity due to climate change. So how do we catalyze this so that farmers can get these technologies? It's about also unlocking finances, particularly microcredits, whereby they can access and they can be able to buy these, then increase their production and repay those loans slowly. And how can we also ensure them so that they are able to pay these? Sometimes there's also, in developing countries, the huge barriers are also that there are no collaterals. These people need, banks need collaterals. They cannot give a smallholder farmer who has a hectare or 2 acres any money to buy drip irrigation or put in a greenhouse. whereby he can produce all around the year. Unfortunately, this is the case. So it's a huge area, it's a huge area of investment, it's a huge area whereby public and private need to come in and government to set in very favorable regulations and policies. I will stop there and thank you.
Thanks so much for that. And I think that this discussion has really highlighted where are the needs, where are the challenges, but also that there are lots of opportunities for collaboration, because there are very different contexts, but the challenges are actually quite similar. So I think this discussion also gives, encourages us for the future that there's lots of opportunities for collaboration and cooperation and from learning from each other. So I think with this, I would like to thank all of you who are here with us today. Thank you to the panelists. Thanks so much. Thank you very much to those of you who are here with us in the room and to those of you watching online. I wish you all a very pleasant day. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can I ask you to all put your headsets on, please, as we're about to kick off this event, and it will just help you to be able to hear properly what's happening in the room. Thank you. So, we're gathered here today in this event about protein diversification for climate, talking about how protein diversification can drive a sustainable and resilient climate. This is an event co-hosted by ProVeg International, the organisation that I'm here representing, and the Vegetarian Society of Denmark. We've got 45 minutes together today, and we'll be having a keynote by Rune Christopher Dragsdahl, who I'll introduce in a second, followed by a panel discussion with representatives from civil society, from the Global South, and youth. So lots to get stuck into this morning in this snappy session of 45 minutes. So what's the context for this session, you might be wondering? Well, Denmark has very recently launched the world's first national action plan, on plant-based foods. And that's accompanied by a sizable 110 million euros. So we've not just got a plan, but a great budget for implementation as well. And we're all here to really understand from Rune, who's the board member of the Danish government's plant-based action plan, as well as a representative of the Vegetarian Society of Denmark. He will tell us more about how that action plan has come to light. And then we will have the panel discussion focused on understanding, well, what could it take, or what would it take to get similar national action plans around the world, which is what we know we need to get this transition to really happen on food systems for climate. So that's what we're going to do today. Thank you all for wearing your headsets. Hopefully the sound is good and you can hear properly. And without further ado, I'd like to invite up Rune, who will now give us a short keynote about Denmark's action plan. Over to you, Rune.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Well, great. So first of all, we were actually hoping to have a Danish government representative here, but the person who could have been here, she has been finalizing major negotiations in Denmark on agricultural reform. That may even, actually they're going to present back in, right now in Denmark in 2 hours, they're going to present the deal. They just announced it yesterday evening to the press. So there'll be a major announcement from Denmark on a final deal related to a transition of agriculture, incidentally. So because of that, some of the Danish politicians couldn't come here, and then I stepped in, although we would have loved a Danish politician. So, oops. Now I can't, okay, I can still hear myself. Anyway, so I'm Rune Christopher Dragsdahl. As you mentioned, I do have two hats. I'm both the Secretary General of the Vegetarian Society of Denmark, but I'm also actually not only a board member, but even the Deputy Chair of the Danish government's plant-based food grant. There will be 11 board members representing across the sector farmers, businesses, civil society, and consumers and researchers. So, as you mentioned, the decision in 2021 was when Denmark made a larger compromise deal about the future of agriculture, and that did include the decision to make the world's first action plan for plant-based foods. And it also included establishing a plant-based food grant with, at that time, 90 million euros. Later it has increased to actually now 115 million euros. That is a grant that can support all sorts of development projects from farm to table. So that's developing, for example, new seeds for farmers, experimenting with linking the farmers to buyers. It can be retailers, a food service. It can also be, for example, developing better taste and texture of alternative products, for example, meat imitations, but maybe looking into how fermentation can improve the quality of the products, or how you can, even through I would say many of the Danish companies applying for these funds go into some sort of, you can say, milder processing than some of the other plant-based meat imitations that people know of. So that's also part of the Danish strategy, to try to make high-quality meat imitations, but have a healthier profile. And even 50% of all the granting from the Danish government's plant-based food grant is earmarked organic plant-based foods. Apart from this, there's also an eco-scheme under the EU agricultural policy going to farmers that are growing plants for human consumption. That is 15 million euros a year. So these decisions were all made in 2021, and then finally last year, the first in the world National Action Plan for Plant-Based Foods was launched. And I think the introduction of the action plan is written by a conventional farmer who is from the center right-wing party, who is the Farmers' Party, and he is saying plant-based foods is a part of the solution to a long, long list of problems in this world. So part of the solution is not that we or anyone else are claiming it can solve everything, but it is definitely a part of the solution. And that includes, they list even resource scarcity, conflicts over soil, even the war in Ukraine is mentioned, because that's also putting strains on a lot of agricultural land in Ukraine, for example. But also, of course, obviously climate change, biodiversity, nutrition and health. It's a huge list of things that more plant-based foods can help achieve. So that is recognized by the Danish government with support from parties throughout the parliament. There's actually only, there's technically maybe one party on the left wing and one on the right wing who are not part of it. But like 9 or 10 other parties support this. So what has happened, I will stop talking in a moment, but I think what's really worth noticing is how this has, of course there's still disagreements in Denmark around how, how can you, plant-based versus, you can say, how far do we have to go? But the fact that this has been achieved in Denmark because the Farmers Association supported. 3 years ago, the Danish Vegetarian Society and also the think tank FI, and then the main Farmers Association, the Danish Agriculture and Food Council, made a joint research and development strategy for plant-based foods. So for Danish farmers, this is not, this is seen as a complement to animal production, and I do think that's also a key forward in other countries. Plant-based should not be seen as an enemy of anything. It should be seen as a very important part of the solution, as a diversification strategy. That's also why we have the title here today. It's about protein diversification. So actually many Danish farmers recognize they would like to diversify, to have a broader portfolio of products to offer in the future. And there are examples of some farmers now, because of these plans, now transitioning. Some of them are just transitioning to a bit less animals and a little plant. Some are just experimenting with some pulses in some corners in their fields, but others are actually making a full transition. They're just very early on still. Denmark still has a big and proud livestock industry, for sure. And then the deal that they're going to announce in 2 hours, I can't say anything about it, although I do know the content of it. So that's unfortunate timing, but we didn't even know this. This deal should have been landed a long time ago. But basically Denmark, what is for sure, the media are reporting this already. You might have heard about this even half a year ago, but that was a deal between the farmers and the government and a Nature Conservation Union of Denmark. They made an agreement, but now the government needed broader support in the Danish parliament. And that is what they are reaching now and going to announce in 2 hours. So one of them will be the world's first carbon tax on livestock. So there'll be a carbon tax on cattle and on pigs. And for Danish standards, it's not a very high tax, but the farmers are also saying it just has a level where they don't go bankrupt, but they do get an incentive to improve the production. The big question is, of course, will they get an incentive to keep within an animal focus system, or will there also be an incentive to transition towards somehow more plants? That's a big question that we'll need to see. But it is still the first in the world, and I think for other countries, when they hear the size of the tax, they would say it's a lot of money. But in a Nordic context, it's a moderate tax. But nonetheless, the first carbon tax in the world on livestock. Together with that comes taking out around 15% of the Danish agricultural land and converting it into forest and nature. Of course, a concern from many voices from NGOs and think tanks is that if you just take out agricultural land, but you don't reduce the animal production, we might actually have to increase, feed imports from other countries. So that's where Denmark definitely needs more nature. We have very intensive production now, very intensively farmed. So the deal will have this carbon tax. It will have land being taken away from agriculture, converted into nature. But the big question is, what will actually be the elements supporting a plant-based transition again? And I know it, but I can't say it. But there will be things in this deal regarding that. And one of the things I'm looking most forward to is to what extent the deal may have Denmark committing to working more towards this internationally. Because that would be the biggest dream of mine, actually, that Denmark would formally engage in international plant-based diplomacy. Because the world needs that, I think. But I'm looking forward to this being public in 2 hours. Thank you so much for inviting me to introduce today's topic.
Thank you so much, Rune. What a fantastic opening. We'll be asking you in, well, an hour and a half, 2 hours, to give us more information about that deal. But everyone, do keep your eyes peeled on international media, because I'm sure there'll be lots of reporting on what's coming out there.
And I also forgot to mention, of course, that the two government documents here, the action plan, but also the Danish plant-based food grant, the strategy of it. So basically showing if a government spends 100 million euros, what does it actually spend them on? It's very concrete. No fluffy words here, very concrete. So please do take a copy and tell other people about it. And this one is a strategy made between the farmers and the vegetarians. That's quite unique, right? I think that's also worth sharing. I forgot to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll delve more into some of what you just said there, Rina, in the panel. But for now, I'd like to welcome, please, to the stage Tayana Oliveira and Anna Celine Kraus, who form our panel. And I'm going to sit down. Sorry, thank you. They asked us whether we wanted high chairs or low chairs. We've all gone for high, so...
Low would be better.
Sorry. We'll all be balancing here and making sure we don't fall off. Okay, fabulous. Well, thank you very much again, Runa, for opening our session today. Just to introduce the other two panelists. So here we have Tayana Oliveira Soares from Humane Society International, working in Brazil. Tayana has a background now working for more than 6 years with governments at national and subnational level in Brazil on climate, nature, food policies. So we're lucky to have her here today, and we'll be delving into understand more of the context in Brazil in relation to this topic of protein diversification. And here, just to my right, or left actually, for all of you, is Anna-Selina Kraus, who is the Estonian representative for youth at this year's COP29, and she also represented Estonian youth last year at the COP for the first time. So we'll be finding out a bit more from you on the role of youth in this process and what the national context in Estonia looks like, and whether maybe there's ground for a similar plan. So the first thing I'd like to ask actually is to you, Runa, just to build a little bit on what you started to share with us. So one of the topics I want us all to discuss first is around narratives, because I think this topic of protein diversification, food, climate, we've seen the narrative evolving a lot over the past few years. If you had tried to sort of pitch this plan 5 years ago, Runa, do you think that would have worked? And what do you think about sort of that time in 2021 and now has made this viable in Denmark?
So it was really important in the Danish context that to kind of take a lot of the conflict out of the discussion. And obviously, apart from being, I think the tricky thing here is you can actually be completely science-based and argue for a major transition. So I think being science-based is obviously, we have to be that. But if we are science-based, we might actually even be impatient and say things are not happening fast enough. So because of that, it's important to combine being science-based with being pragmatic and accepting that things do take time, that we should appreciate things developing step by step. And I do think that message of, we've been focusing a lot on, you know, how do you, more plants rather than less animals. It's a major discussion, of course. Will that eventually bring us where we need to go as a society, as a world? But that's at least, you can say, different theories of change. How do you actually achieve what you need to achieve? And I think the Danish belief is that we need to focus on how do you actually build an alternative food system. And that takes time to build. And that takes a very clear, concise focus on what can we agree on. We can agree on that we definitely want to developing the plant production, plant-based products, more plant-based diets. There's a broad agreement about that. So more plants, key message. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think in a world that's increasingly polarized on many topics, it's critical to find those areas of consensus between different actors with a role to play in this transition, and to use that as a leverage to kind of get change started. Absolutely. So, Tayana, from your perspective, I'd love to hear a bit more about how the narrative on food and climate and this link into plant-rich diets or plant-based foods, has evolved in Brazil, and how do you think that's different, perhaps, to a more global North context?
Thank you. It's so weird to hear. So I have been working on food systems agenda for 10 years, and I can bring a Brazilian perspective about it. So first, when we start this process working with the municipalities in Brazil, for example, in order to help them to implement sustainable food programs, it was very hard. And I think 6 years ago, it was very hard to make the politicians understand the importance of programs like this in order to help them to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, to support the increase of family agriculture purchase, and also help them with programs like this to achieve 5 of the SDGs as well. And right now they are looking for us in HSI to help them to implement these policies on the ground. So I think there is a growing awareness about the importance of plant-based diet as well. And for sure, interconnection between health, climate, food security, and especially related to the context in Brazil. As you know, like, it's very complex. We have a lot of people, millions of people facing hunger. So it's not a simple, it's not one area that we need to focus on in order to see this food systems transformation. And I can also mention that we have been seeing a lot of commitments in Brazil that I think we will definitely see the discussions specifically at COP30 related to the food systems transformation. So first, Brazil signed the UAE declaration related to sustainable agriculture, and also the declaration related to climate and health, which I think it's something really important. And also Brazil is part of the Alliance for Food Systems Transformation with more 4 countries. And in this declaration, there is some commitment to include policies related to that, and also alternative proteins as well, in the NEDCs, in the NAPs, and other processes in a national level. And I think all of these make us very, I don't know, how can I say, optimist about it. And just to finalize, it's important to mention that 23% of our GDP is related to agriculture. So this is a very important topic for us as well.
Thank you very much. And it's brilliant, yeah, since kind of COP28 really, I think we've seen Brazil becoming much more involved in some of these international declarations like you've highlighted. And I think it's always good when policymakers start coming to you. It's that moment, you know, you've been pushing them for years and saying you need to care about this. And the moment that they start coming to you for help, you can breathe a sigh of relief in a way. But then the real work starts, right? So, but it's great to hear that that transition is now happening in Brazil, and that you're there to kind of support the government in terms of developing these policies. Anne, I'm going to come to you. So you've obviously been part of the kind of international policy-making process for a couple of years now, having represented, or more maybe.
Less, I think.
But how have you seen this topic, kind of the narrative on this topic develop in Estonia? Is it more part of the national debate now, since you've been involved in these international policy processes? Not really. Tell us a little bit about that, your thoughts.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm here to represent the youth and say to you that youth is leading the transition. As we can see from the panel, we are all relatively young people, or youth-minded. I would say we are young. So for me, also as a medical student, for me, it's about the communication. As we said, more plants. That's what we've been doing in Estonia as well, just like advocating for more plants and not saying less meat, because this is very controversial in some ways. I can also give you an example from my Medical Students Association afterwards, but right now I would say that it's not a nationwide debate on in Estonia yet. Although we have some local initiatives, for example, my uni town, Tartu University, has a food strategy launched this year. So this is a very cool initiative, and I I feel like if we have like few enthusiasts on this topic and they have the resources, they will push the discussion. But if we don't have those people and if they get demotivated, it's a bad scenario for Estonia. Right now, we don't have any nation. We have climate law being made right now at the moment, but I feel like the transition should be more government-based, as we can see in Denmark, for example. So we take great example from the Nordics.
Fabulous, thank you very much. And yeah, it's challenging when this topic is not kind of an important part of the national agenda, but it's brilliant to hear about the action in Tartu. We see, I think, in every country that action always starts at that subnational or regional or local level. So that's really, really promising. Yeah, so fabulous to see. And hopefully we see that kind of continuing. I really agree as well on needing to keep motivation of people working on this topic. So hopefully by coming together, by learning from each other, that's where we can start to see some real progress being made. I'm going to move us on now a little bit to thinking about how you get better engagement and buy-in on protein diversification. So a little bit maybe exploring what you just started to talk about there, Anna. But I'll come to you first on this one. So, as you've said already, young people tend to be really engaged on this topic. They understand why it's important. They kind of understand the systems links between food, climate, and nature. Why do you think that is? And what else can we do to facilitate greater engagement from youth on this topic within negotiations and processes?
Yeah, I'm answering to question why. The short answer would be because we think oat milk is trendy and cool, and we don't think it's like, oh my God, it's not milk. So I think it's about our mindset, that we see the sustainable products as trendy, cool, awesome. So that's the first point. And the other part of the question was, what? The youth is, sorry.
No, that's okay. It was a long question.
Yeah.
The other part was what can we all do as a kind of food community, I guess, to get young people more engaged in this topic and better represented in these negotiation processes?
That's a very good question, because I have to say I'm maybe the only one in Estonian delegation who cares about this topic. So that's, I think it lies between climate and health, as we heard from Brazil just before. I think if we want to engage more people on this topic, we have to focus on few key topics, and health could be the topic. I feel like when we get older, we start caring more about our health. So young people don't, like somebody said to me, why do you care about health so much? You're so young, you shouldn't care about it. But I care about my health because I want to live a long, healthy life. And I want to have the planet in 50 years. So I feel like it's all about what messages do you provide for the media, for the journalists, and also for the policymakers. So I think policymakers also should care about health more. So my agenda would be talk about climate, health, and food related in all of those topics.
Very inspiring, thank you. And I love what you said about kind of food culture as well. This, young people see some of these foods and these products as cool, as trendy. So it's that perception and that food culture that makes this such an attractive and popular topic, and something that we kind of care deeply about, right? And also about staying focused. I think that's really, really important. But ultimately, I think we need more people like you, right, from different countries and more from your country at these events and promoting the messages that we know will get cut through, focused on positivity, more plants, and all the things we've been discussing today. Diana, I'm going to come to you because I'd love to find out more on your experience of kind of policy design, implementation, engaging policymakers. In your experience, what kind of framings and approaches tend to work best for getting buy-in and engagement with policymakers? And maybe some that don't work so well.
how much time we have. So there is a lot of points that I can bring here, but I think what is working in Brazil is first, when the municipalities have already some municipal plans related to climate mitigation and adaptation, it's very important, and when they include food systems on that. So we have been seeing in the municipalities that when they have these plans, they are more open to implement programs like the program we have been doing. And just for you know a little bit more about it, in our program we replacing 20% the public food procurement coming from like meat, dairy to plant-based options, and it's fresh ingredients, and we prefer when they come from the family agriculture, so it's beans, lentils, chickpeas, soy, and then we create recipes seasonal, regional, respecting the culture, because Brazil is huge, so in each part of the country we have different dishes that is traditional, and this is very important in this process as well. And I think this is something that it's different than like the global north as well, and it's very aligned with the concept of the planetary health diet, which is very important. And you know that we will see the launch of the Eat Lancet 2.0, so this is very the initiative is very connected to all this concept. So I think this is one point, and the other point is show how to the politicians how they can achieve actually their the international commitments they have with the program, and also how they can achieve like the SDGs with the program, and how they can reduce considerably the greenhouse gas emissions when they implement these initiatives. So I think this is the key aspect when we are working with them that is working. And talking about like sensitive points very briefly, because there is a lot of complexities in Brazil. I think it's very important to address this in a health perspective, how we can help them to achieve all this commitment. So we never mention like vegan, vegetarian. We don't use these terms in Brazil since we face all these challenges related to food security, as I mentioned before. And meat is something that for many people in our country is seen as something not only cultural but as a value. You know, when you have power to buy like meat is something that usually the population see as something that gets you a little bit of status, can I say that? So yeah, communication is very important, and pay attention on that. It's something very important as well. And the other thing that I can mention, to not like stay here like for hours, but it's very important to connect the different initiatives in order to see that this type of programs is not only related to plant-based diets, but show how we can connect all the complexities in the food system in plant-based projects. So we can, like what we have been doing in Brazil, for example, we are implementing school gardens in the programs and connecting programs that already exist in the municipality with these programs as well. We are creating educational materials to show to the children the importance of that. So there is different aspects related to that, like education, sustainability, food security, that is all connected to plant-based diets. And I think when we include this in our narrative, we will guarantee that we will have a better process, and we will have a continuing long-term policies. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. So it's almost about placing protein diversification within that broader food systems transition, right? Rather than as this standalone ask that we're trying to get people to work on. And what I heard very clearly from you as well is the need to, not propose something new, to come to policymakers and actually say, look, this is a program that can help you meet commitments that you've already signed up to, that can help you actually solve the problems and the challenges you've got. And I think that resonates probably with all of us sitting here as something that really works. I love particularly as well in Brazil that there's this big focus on linking production and consumption, and I think actually that's something we need to probably learn from in the global north as well. But yeah, I loved what you said around, you know, sourcing family-produced plant-based proteins. I think that's brilliant. I'm going to come to you, Runa. So just still on this topic of kind of engagement and buy-in, you spoke a little bit about the introduction to the plant-based action plan being written by a conventional farmer. So I just wonder if you can tell us a little bit about how you did it, because I think that's something we'd all love to learn from.
Yeah, so again, there are many factors in play, of course, but I think originally we both got the organic farmers on board and the conventional farmers on board, and they both have the different kinds of reservations. You know, organic farmers in many countries will, you know, insist that we need some animals on the farms, so they feel that if the plant-based movement becomes too much 100% vegan, then it's too far away from the organic vision. But on the other hand, the organic vision is a vision of balance and of, you know, balance in a larger system. The whole word organic comes, you know, like organ, the organ of a body. You're part of a whole. So the organic vision in its heart does need to take into account that we cannot have an immense number of animals. It has to be some sort of more than balance. And that is what the Danish organic farmers have been recognizing over the years, that as part of, for example, organic transitions of public kitchens in municipalities and at hospitals, as part of their organic transitions, that means more plants and less animal products in the meals. Basically, it just means they're closer to the dietary guidelines, because Danish people eat 3 times more meat than the dietary guidelines recommend. So I think it was, but still to get the organic farmers in a more closer collaboration, it actually did matter that when I was a student, I wrote op-eds to the biggest newspapers in Denmark defending organic agriculture. Because there were some people who had been arguing organic agriculture is a reason why people are starving in Africa. They wrote even Galala is starving from hunger because of the organic production in Denmark, so it's immoral. And this was a really bit far-fetched argument. But then I intervened in that debate, defending organic agriculture, but also arguing how plant-based is part of the vision. And some key people in the organic movement, when I became a few years older, they remembered me from when I was a student writing those op-eds. So that created some fundamental trust that the organic farmers knew that there was this plant-based guy who had been defending the organic movement. And I think trust is really important. And the same goes for the conventional farmers. Again, there are many reasons, many factors in play, but one personal example I can give is that I used to love to go to farmer schools, give presentations, engage in debates. And you know, if I could go to a farmer school with an audience of 300 people, they'll most likely not be very close to my viewpoints. So it's really about also daring go into a forum where almost everyone are really skeptical about this guy, this tall guy who is vegetarian or whatever he is. And then I think what I've learned was actually that I was told afterwards when I went to the farmer schools that I was actually usually the positive surprise. So I think there's something here about breaking down barriers and myths, and this goes in both directions. But actually I know for the conventional farmers it mattered that they heard the rumor that there was this kind of friendly plant eater out there. And that made them gradually start to trust us more when they realized it was not fake friendliness, it was sincere, it was not strategy, it was actually real. So I think that it comes down to meetings between human beings who start trusting each other. That's how you start building bridges with farmers, whether they're conventional or organic. And we can still disagree. We have major disagreements also on many issues. But you can still respect people and agree on something while you disagree on other things.
Very inspiring, thank you. I agree, it's all about trust, right? And I think that's something we all learn working on this topic is it does real good to go to the places where you're not expected, where people don't understand you, where they've got lots of questions. Those are often the most valuable, I think, conversations and lead to those relationships over time. We're running a bit short on time, I think, so I'm going to ask one question to the whole panel, and then we'll have some time for audience questions. So do think about any questions that you'd like to ask our expert panel. So, we've talked today a little bit about the Denmark's plant-based action plan. We've talked about the kind of context in Brazil, in Estonia. Now what I'd really love to hear from all of you is what you think it would take to implement a plant-based action plan in your part of the world? And Rune, I'd like to hear your thoughts as well, but I'll come first to Anna.
I don't know. That's the honest answer. I would say that, taking Tartu, for example, once again, you just have to move towards the capital because Tartu lies in the south of Estonia, and we just move to the capital where the government is. So maybe I can help those enthusiasts on the way there. As a medical student, as a youth representative, as a true enthusiast, food enthusiast. So I'm trying to do my best.
I think there is a lot of points that we can work on in Brazil. First, we as civil society, we have a coalition, and we have been working with the government right now to push the food systems agenda at COP30. We are also trying to help them to include sustainable food systems related to consumption and production, plant-based diets in the NDCs, in the NAPs, in the SB-SAPs as well. So we are pushing for that in a national level. And I think other points that it's important to mention is the regulation on the public policies related to that and very aligned with the planetary health diet. So for example, in the National School Feeding Program in Brazil, we have a lot of rules to follow that determines how much they need to purchase food coming from family agriculture as well. But we don't see this in different systems that is related to the public food procurement. So I think if we have more regulations related to that in all the other areas and systems, for example, in Brazil and in other countries, where we can see more food coming from family agriculture and plant-based as well, as an alternative, it would be amazing. And also, I would like to mention the dietary guidelines, since this is mentioning actually in the Alliance for Food Systems Transformation that I mentioned before. And our guideline was created like 10 years ago, and I think there is a space to include plant-based diets as a clearly option. And the last but not least, I will mention like research in innovation in alternative proteins as well. And I think it's very important to have financial resources for that. And this is the mainly discussion here in all the agendas at COP. So how we as civil society, the private sector, how we can, and the public investment as well, how we can finance more this in a national level, and this is very important as well. So I think we really need to see everyone working together to that.
Well, I think going back to also, how to spread this to other countries as well. So it's really, you can say, we're in a moment right now where actually some of us are hoping that the Danish government would more actively start working on this diplomatically internationally. Because there are a few individual Danish politicians who do it. One of them is at the COP. He just arrived this morning, and he'll be speaking at a few events. He is very dedicated to this. And also Ida Augen, who should have been here, is very dedicated as well. But what we need is also the government as an institution to take this up, because definitely if you're the first country in the world doing something, and there's actually a lot of interest regarding it, I think you have a responsibility to spend resources to then share it across more countries. So far, myself and some of my colleagues at the Vegetarian Society, we act as plant-based diplomats traveling to other parts of the world. And specifically, we are seeing if we can get support for an EU action plan for plant-based foods. The EU Strategic Dialogue, which is this group that was convened after there were some farmers' protests in February that you might be aware of, where it was pretty violent actually. They were putting sludge in the streets of Brussels, destroying a statue, and it was pretty aggressive. But the European Commission backtracked on some of their planned policies, and then they set down a dialogue group with 29 stakeholders. So these 20, that included the farmers, but also consumers, green organizations. So they came out with a long list of recommendations, and one of the recommendations was that the EU should make an action plan for plant-based foods by 2026. Incidentally, Denmark has the presidency of the European Union next year in late 2025. So there's really a major opportunity here, in theory. It's very difficult, daunting challenge. But in theory, there's a pathway you might see forward if Denmark can find other countries. And I would be curious to know, what do you think are the chances of, like, for example, the Estonian government, the current one, or any future government to back this? Because we know there are a handful of European countries who are positive, mildly positive to plant-based. Then there's maybe a quite big group of neutral, mildly skeptical. And it's interesting to see how we can move more countries. Like, I think, for example, for Southern Europe, we really have to focus on whole foods, on the Mediterranean diet, because there's more skepticism towards processed foods there. And there are also some misunderstandings. Plant-based means anything from whole foods to processed. The Danish plan supports also training chefs in cooking legumes and school children learning about legumes. It's a whole thing we have to support. But I do think there's a viable pathway, in theory, difficult, towards maybe the EU making some sort of plan on. And that plan is, of course, it will never be, no one is ever going to be forced anything, but I think even if we get 5 countries or 8 countries to make their own national action plans, what about the other 20 countries in the EU? So that's why I think some EU funding for education, some EU funding for innovation and research would be really helpful. So that's what we're working towards. But at the end of the day, we need the whole world. And every country you add on the list helps normalize this. We need to normalize it as a field of government action, and also to show people that this is not the government top-down deciding what people are going to eat, but it is a government prioritizing investing in designing better food environments, because that's not coming by itself either. You know, you need resources to do nudging. Just if everyone implemented best practices of nudging, we would probably shift 50% of the world's consumption. So, you know, when you defaults and making it delicious and nice sounding and nice names, etc. Yeah.
All eyes on 2025, right? With COP30 happening in Brazil, lots of opportunities there, and potentially this EU plant-based action plan. Fabulous. Thank you all very, very much for your contributions. We're now going to turn to the audience. I think we've got time for one question. So does anyone have a question they'd like to ask our panel?
Thank you. No, very quickly. I'm Valeria. I came actually on a personal for personal interest, but I also work with the Alliance for Champions of System Transformation. And when we revise the country strategies and we kind of check with them if they are aligned with the 10 priority areas of the Alliance and everything, you still see, especially in the emerging economies, not Norway, but especially the African countries, that is still a desire of this increasing production and especially livestock. And so there are 2 things. So, I mean, there is this parallel of, okay, this cultural issue, but also the financing issue, and the goals of hunger and poverty and relieving the population. That's how do we combine these 3 aspects, like from maybe cooperation, unlocking finance for that protein diversification in these countries, but also from the bottom up in these countries to trying to change these cultural practices for a shift in this protein diversification. Culturally, many of these places also have these proteins embedded in, but still, you know, the image is that they need to grow on producing livestock on that. So how do we combine from these initiatives from kind of the global norm, but without being kind of impositive in these countries?
Great question. I wonder, Tayana, whether you might like to answer that question, or no pressure, or whoever would like to answer.
No, yes. I'm thinking actually because there's, I think there's a few answers in different aspects. I think something very, an important piece is the education process, right? Because I think as is something cultural, as you mentioned, it's very important to bring awareness about the importance of change the diet. And I think it's not only when I talk about the health perspective, we all know that according to the World Health Organization, the mainly thing that we need to consume in our diets, it's vegetables, fruits, cereals. So I think this reduction needs to be combined with this educational process in the schools, in the public schools, and there is potential possibilities that we can work on. So, for example, we have some programs in Brazil to help the students to learn more about technologies and I think environmental. In an environmental perspective as well. So I think we can also work with the government on this, and this will be a more massive educational process and program, but also related to the livestock production is very tricky because in Brazil, I'm not sure if you know, but more than 70% of our greenhouse gas emissions coming from the livestock production. So this is something very important to us as well. And I think in a private sector, when we think about that, is to show them how they could. It's also everything is related to the economic point of view. So it show them how they could continue. How can I say, like having profit, but also doing something in a more sustainable way. This when we focus in the private sector, but when we talk about the public sector, I think it will be very important, as I mentioned before, to work with the government in order to help them to implement these in these countries. And I think in the first stage, since we have all these complexities related to food security, hunger, at least in Brazil, and maybe I would say in other global South countries, I think it will be not easy, but easier. It starts the process with public food procurement, because like when we talk about to change the entire system, since they are the way they are right now, I think it will be very complex. And this is also really sorry, I'm going. Just bringing a lot of ideas. But I think it's also complex because we are also talking about political interest and the way we have been seeing the structure. So in Brazil, we have a lot of supporters in the Congress, politicians that support livestock production, so it's very complex. So yeah, I think we need to definitely have these policies in the NDCs, in the NAPs and everything, but also maybe a way is to work on public food procurement in a medium and short term in these countries.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Diana. We're at time, unfortunately, now. We could talk about this for hours, couldn't we? There's so much to discuss. But thank you all so much for joining us today. There are other events going on throughout the day on protein diversification, so keep your eyes peeled for those. And I think one key message to summarize what we've said today: don't focus on less meat, focus on more plants and use existing policy mechanisms like public food procurement in order to implement something meaningful. Fabulous. Thank you all very much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
to welcome all of you to this side event on food system transformation and the climate action. The event is co-organized by the Food System Coordination Hub and the Nordic Council of Ministers. In fact, this is the second year that the hub partnered with the Nordic Council of Ministers to organize the event in COP28. We launched the Convergence Initiative. We launched the theoretical framework of the Convergence Initiative. But this year, we are here also to discuss some of the implementation happening already on the ground. The Convergence Initiative is now live, being implemented in several countries, helping countries connect food system transformation with climate action, with the objective of supporting their SDGs and their Paris Agreement targets. Without any delay, we have very strong panel today. We will have Mr. Dan Kuvulakso, who will provide us with opening remarks. Then we will go to a panel discussion where Mr. Stefanos Foutou, the director of the United Nations Food System Coordination Hub, and Ms. Zenua Han, called Katalaya, this is the name, and Mr. Marcus Hoffman, a sustainable food expert from the Federation, the Swedish Federation of Farmers, will provide also us with insights on the convergence of food system and the climate action. Mr. Dan, please go.
Thank you. Dear guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Nordic Pavilion, to our day focusing on food systems. I'm honored to open this event that the Nordic Council of Ministers is hosting together with the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. We know that the imperative of climate action, and we know the urgency. And the transformation of our food systems should be part and parcel of climate action. There are no pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 or even 2 degrees that do not include changes in our food systems. We do not have a ready-set toolbox from the Nordic region, but we believe that we have learned important lessons that we'd like to share, while we also want to learn from others. Gathering for events like this to discuss connection between food systems and the climate and to share success, challenges and lessons learned are pivotal to enable progress forward. And I know with certainty, food systems transformation will have a powerful effect, positive impact on our environment and on climate. And importantly, it can also benefit our health and well-being. Transforming food systems includes changes in both production and consumption. It will take time, effort, and resources. It will also take knowledge and research, and that is something we have focused very much on in the Nordic Council of Ministers. We need the best available data and lessons learned to inform our actions and decisions, and we need political leadership. The Nordic Council of Ministers has agreed on strategic working programs for the following 6 years from 25 to 2030. They include clear goals on all dimensions of sustainability, environmental, social, and financial, and an overall focus on resilience and preparedness. We see this as crucial for our societies to continue to thrive also in times of crisis and uncertainty. A common misunderstanding is the assumption that forging sustainable change comes at the expense of building crisis preparedness and strengthening food security of our countries and regions. For countries and citizens, of course, that is. I think we have very important tasks to show that the actions we take to transform our food systems also will increase our crisis preparedness and increase our resilience. After all, resilience is at the center of societal security. As we can read in the emissions gap report, global greenhouse gas emissions set a new record of 57 GT equivalent CO2 last year. This makes, of course, climate actions urgent. It simply cannot wait any longer. We must continue to deliver our commitments in the Paris Agreement, and transforming our food systems is a powerful lever in this work. This is the backdrop for our discussion here at the Nordic Pavilion today. And we hope that this one will be one step in establishing new partnerships and dialogues needed to move ahead on this important theme. The speakers that soon will welcome the stage will explore best practices, identify opportunities and challenges. They will also share their thoughts on what is needed to enable a food systems transformation and align our climate, food and health targets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dan. Thank you also for highlighting that when we transform food systems, we are not only increasing our production, but we are helping food system being more resilient to shocks and also more equitable. Thank you so much also for the partnership with the Food System Hub. Now it's my pleasure to invite our three panelists, Mr. Stefanos Foutou, Director of the United Nations Food System Coordination Hub, and Ms. Katalaya, please join me on the stage, and we will have Mr. Marcos Hoffman online. If we can put him on the screen. Yes, okay, very good. Whatever, yeah. So maybe we can start with you, Stefanos. You are leading the hub. The hub is conducting now the conversion initiative. Many of you know about it, but maybe it also deserves some explanation. What are the objectives of the conversion initiative, and what are the insights you gained from the three first pilot countries in Kazakhstan, Indonesia, and Brazil?
Nordic Pavilion here, that we're joining this event with us. I liked very much three elements from your opening speech. There's no 1.5 pathway without food systems. We need political leadership, and we need to have an inclusive approach. And that's what the Convergence Initiative is trying to do. So there's a very big understanding on what you said, that if we don't change our food systems, we will not be able to achieve the 1.5 degree. And at the same time, if we don't change our food systems, we will not be able to achieve any of the SDGs by 2030. So it's extremely important to put together the people that they work on these different items. I don't know how to say this in a political correct way, but I will say it as I feel it. Bureaucracies tend to create silos, because bureaucracies, either in governments or in the UN or in the private sector, because bureaucracies exist everywhere. Yeah, don't think that bureaucracies exist only in public sector. They are everywhere. So bureaucracies tend to create silos. Why? Because it's easier to work with boxes and silos. But we have identified that this idea of silos and the compartmentalized work is not delivering. So we had an original idea, which was the following. Let's try to bring in the same room people that they work on climate action and people that they work on food system transformation. And try, first of all, to understand what is the current level of coordination between them. Then let's try to identify opportunities for win-win situation, for joint activities, not reinventing the wheel. I said this morning, we don't try to reinvent the wheel, but we try to put different wheels together in a vehicle that it will take us to the 2030 and to the 1.5 degree. So we start with countries and in two different groups and two different levels of ambition. The first level of ambition, the entry level of ambition, is that the countries organize within the next 12 months what we call at least one convergence dialogue, which is bringing together the different actors. The second is that this dialogue is serving, and then we go to the second level of ambition, this dialogue is serving as the starting point to develop what we call the Convergence Action Blueprint, which is not a new planning document, it's not a new policy document, but it's what I call an opportunities document. So it's a document that identifies already existing opportunities at the country level that they can be brought together and have complementary and therefore augmented impact. And before we start doing workshops in the countries, I had many colleagues that were telling me, oh, what we try to do is already done, the countries, they have coordination, and you cannot change their thinking. I say, fine, let us try, let's us have a different business model there. And the business model we have adopted for this Convergence Fest dialogues is based on three things. Number one, full ownership by the country. So we, as the UN Food System Coordination Hub, we are there to support something that is taken by full ownership by the country. Second, whole society approach. So the government is leading, but it brings together stakeholders, academia, civil society, private sector, farmers. This morning we listened from our colleagues in Kazakhstan, which is one of the three first countries, that farmers and especially smallholders are extremely important. And number three, evidence-based dialogue. So for every dialogue we have, we develop background documentation. Not we, sorry, my mistake. We support the development of background documentation by experts from the country. We have national experts that they do this work. What is the result we got from the three? We started with 3 countries and we're expanding in another 6 as high ambition countries in the next months. The 3 first countries were Kazakhstan, Brazil, Indonesia, and I quote them with the chronological time that the workshops happened. First of all, we happen in these countries, the 2 teams have never come together. And they acknowledge that it was the first time that the agriculture, food systems, environment and climate teams, they came together. Second, that there's a lot of things to be built and to be create opportunities from these joint dialogues. I'll tell you something for Brazil. We started the workshop with 50 people. We ended with 60. Do you know why? Because every day the participants were discovering additional missing links in this effort to put together the systems. And they would say, oh, you need to invite this institution, you need to invite this NGO. And that was for me an amazing example of how this initiative is making the local, the national level stakeholders to identify the opportunities. We want to continue. We have at least 3 other workshops that they are coming in Turkey, Ethiopia, and Jordan. We have additional countries that they have that they are in our list. We have Cameroon, we have Egypt, we have Iraq, and maybe Thailand. We're still waiting on confirmation. And that will be what we call the deep dive countries. But we want to expand to additional countries that they want at least to start at the level of the dialogue. What we want to get out of this, and I'll finish here. As I said, for the high ambition countries, we want to get this blueprint. And our target is the next COP in Belém, in Brazil, so work in 12 months. We want to get the dialogues, but also we are proposing to the countries that they can establish something we call the National Convergence Group. So it's a multi-stakeholder group that brings things together. And we want to get also, because this morning we were reminded that, okay, it's nice to put people in the same room, it's nice to have a convening, it's nice to identify opportunities, but you need also an accountability kind of mechanism to continue this work. And that's our 3 ambitions. Dialogues, action, accountability. And we hope that in Brazil next year, we can develop at least 2 dozens of countries. We can promote 2 dozens of countries and give them the spotlight in COP30, but also in the UN Food System, the second UN Food System Summit stock-taking moment, which I don't know exactly when and where it's going to be, but it's going to be there in 2025, and give the spotlight to these 2 dozens of countries as the countries that they are walking the talk of climate action and food system transformation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stefanos. Really important work and also about breaking the silos and all the principles that you highlighted when the conversion initiative being implemented. It is always in line with national priorities, always based on science and the evidence, and always trying to address some of the gaps at the national level. So here in our panel discussion, we have one person representing the youth, not only the youth, but she is also one of the alumni of the new hub leadership program for youth. And I think this is also one of the really important work of the hub, empowering youth to take their role in pushing for food system transformation at the national level. Katalai, you have attended this leadership program, and you have some key messages on how can we push forward food system transformation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Khaled. And I'm very pleased and honored to sit on the panel to convey the youth statement to the stage. So from my perspective, and frankly speaking, given what we read from COP29 Global Youth Statement, what we heard from action on food hub pavilion, health pavilion, and so on in the past few days, these are the key proposals that youth are keen to deliver to the table. For starters, inclusion. Involve children and youth in all policy making and decision making processes pertaining to food system transformation, regardless of monocultures and industrialization. Traditional knowledge and a food cultural gem of indigenous peoples are vital to reinvigorate the current food system. Secondly, inspiration. Youth leadership and women empowerment should be amplified like backbone to break down silos for cross-sectoral collaborations, consistent policies, effective and accountable climate funds, and technology support for better resilience and education. Thirdly, innovation. As global citizens and netizens, young professionals should be encouraged to leverage their digital knowledge into upgrading existing platforms and incorporate climate-smart technology such as AI and blockchain into agri-food system to co-shape a robust, transparent, and sustainable monitoring mechanism, better serving the climate targets outlined in NDC and Agenda 2030. Therefore, more green jobs in agri-food systems and entrepreneurship training for agro-businesses should be in place for youth to realize their potential. Last but not least, intersection. Youth should dare for more. Youth should reposition themselves in various climate actions or transforming food systems in concert with bigger climate ambition and a bolder climate action. What youth can proceed with the current plan in multiple regimes. The first one is state, cities, businesses. And the second one is act local and think global. A good example could be renewable energy application in boosting local agri-food system and rejuvenating local economies for emerging markets and developing nations. That's probably what I would love to convey and share with the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katalaya. And I think this is the role of youth, is to push decision makers nicely to go in the right direction. And I think this constructive provocation is needed when it comes to food system transformation. You mentioned very important point about involving youth in decision making, making sure that youth are contributing to innovation and that they are also putting ideas on how to overcome some of the obstacles in food system transformation. Thank you for this. Now I have the pleasure to turn on to Mr. Markus Hoffman, who is from the Swedish Federation of Farmers. As Stefanos mentioned, you are the end user, you are the most affected by climate change, but you are also the constituencies that help transform food systems. Would like to hear from you, sir, on what key message should be included when it comes to food system transformation and the climate action.
Well, thank you for inviting me to this seminar. It's a great pleasure to participate, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you. I hope you can hear and see me okay. We get variations of that questions a lot in my everyday work, and I usually start by answering that the universities are like factories producing new knowledge on climate action and actions for biological diversity, very concrete measures that farmers could apply on their farms. But there is an ever-growing list of concrete measures that farmers could theoretically undertake, but the farmers are not undertaking those measures in the same pace as they are produced. And why is that? Farmers, to my understanding, farmers are generally not reluctant to perform a climate action or action for biological diversity, but we get stuck all the time in the question of financing. We know, I think at least for the case of Sweden, which I'm, for the Nordic countries where I'm most familiar with, we know pretty well what measures we should do, but there is some confusion on how to pay for them. And that's part of the reason we have produced this new report, Costs of Green Transition in Farming. We published that report in December last year, so it's about 1 year ago, and we have a great interest. We have made now 55 presentations on external events in Sweden and other countries. Just to give you an example, we have calculated that the cost of making the entire Swedish food production fossil-free. In Sweden, we have a lot of discussions about fossil-free steel because we're a large steel producer, but we can also produce fossil-free food. That's a quite low-hanging fruit compared to biogenic measures in farming. So if all the farmers in Sweden would use biofuel instead of diesel in their tractors, and if they would use fossil-free mineral nitrogen fertilizer, that's fertilizer produced with the renewable energy instead of with fossil gas, it would be a cost of 4 billion Swedish crowns. That's 400 million euros. So 4 billion Swedish crowns, and that could be compared to that we are buying food in Sweden for 350 billion Swedish crowns every year. So it would cost 1% to make the entire Swedish food production fossil-free. So would it be possible to increase food prices by 1% to make the farmers afford to be fossil-free? That's the kind of discussions we are having now in Sweden. We are talking both with food retailers, how do they see upon their responsibility? And we're also discussing with banks, how do the banks see on their responsibility to develop new innovative financing instruments. So we have a quite interesting conversation now in Sweden, and I would like to go deeper and talk more about that some other time. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And really, it's good to see this is happening at the national level. What you mentioned about greening agriculture and using biofuels and costing this is something I think is very pioneer, and many countries can learn from this. What is challenging to me to see that 400 million euros for using biofuel in the case of Sweden. So imagine if this is happening at the global level, and how can also developing and the LDC countries can have this kind of approaches, how challenging this will be. But thanks again for bringing this important dimension about financing. I would like to go back to the panelists. Tomorrow is the Food and Agriculture Day. We have many events going on, bringing food system and the climate at the center of discussion. What would be one important thing you would like to follow in tomorrow? Maybe Stefanos, you can start.
I want to build on this 1%. And I think that something that needs to happen is the realization that an investment of 1% of what is the food bill, yeah? Because I think if we get this as the proportion of the GDP of Sweden will be 0 point something. And to understand that an investment of 0 point something today could save us a much bigger number of GDP in the next years. So, you know, I want to say that many years ago we had this famous Stern report that they put the climate and the money together. And unfortunately, we didn't follow up with the recommendations of the Stern report, because at that point, the cost was still something achievable. And now we say that there's a bigger cost, but still, I think it's doable. So I think we need the realization, and we need a firm commitment that still we have solutions to make food systems climate neutral, and we have costing, and this costing is going to be a very an amount that it's much time less than the one that it would be needed to deal with the catastrophe that it will come if we don't reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement.
From my perspective, in the following days, and especially tomorrow, I would love to see youth leaders and youth representatives from multiple countries can intensify cross-sectoral collaboration and also interstate cooperation on food action. And they will bring forward the tangible changes to two things. The first one is the landscape of the current agri-food system to be dynamic, vivid, and vibrant. And then the second one is we would love to see more climate funds proposals to bring the transformation onto the table, like funds and technology support from everywhere, from global north to global south, because we know NCQG, this climate funds negotiation is happening at this moment, and China and India are currently leading the G77 to dive into the communication and negotiation to compete and also try to realize their dreams through this platform. So let's say what may be happening, and I would love to see lots of negotiation and concrete changes can be made in the whole process. Thank you.
Also financing, I think important. Also thanks for bringing the dimension of the NCQ discussion and negotiation, which I think is very, very difficult now. But let us go again to Mr. Marcos, if you would like to offer some ideas for what should be the most important outcome tomorrow, or discussion point tomorrow.
If I would choose one question besides the one on financing, I would like to discuss the combination of measures for improving biological diversity and climate action. I think that's an opportunity that must not be forsaken. And just another concrete example from the small country of Sweden, we are very keen on establishing wetlands. And since we entered the European Union about 30 years ago, we have had an investment subsidy for farmers to establish wetlands. And that has become quite popular in Sweden. And we have now established some tens of thousands of hectares. And the farmers are really happy to have this like a blue jewelry on their farms that attracts birds. And we can actually demonstrate now that some farm birds and some amphibia we have been able to put them on better levels on the red list species in Sweden. So don't forget to combine biological diversity and climate action.
Yes, very good. And in fact, this is also one of the dimensions that the Convergence Initiative is covering now, how to link biodiversity to the discussion on food system and the climate. But thank you so much for these important insights. I see that, Zach, you are here representing the UAE. Sorry if I'm calling you on the spot, but come to the stage, please. So Zach is leading some of the important work areas from the UAE presidency. He is one of the persons that put really food systems at the center of discussions. You know that last year we had the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and the Climate Action launched. Now it is being endorsed by 160 countries. I was glad to attend your event, the high-level party event organized with Ethiopia and Denmark. What kind of insights you see linking the work that the UAE has initiated with the Convergence Initiative, linking also to the TCC that you are also coordinating?
Thanks very much, Khalid. It's always a pleasure to be put on the spot. Yeah, as you know, we launched this. We put together this declaration last year, which we really viewed as really one of the world's most powerful statements that the global community is ready to invest in climate action through food systems transformation. And we were really happy that the Convergence Initiative was initially announced alongside the rollout of the declaration. It's really great. So I want to congratulate Stefanos and Khalid on that. This initiative is now coming online and beginning its work, because really as we look ahead towards COP30, what we need to see are, of course, was a commitment to have updated NDCs. we'd want, as agreed in the declaration, we'd want to see NDCs that meaningfully reflect food systems and agricultural objectives. And to be able to do that in a meaningful way, you need to get the right stakeholders aligned and together. And that's the only way that you're going to be able to really leverage the kind of finance that we need to see to be able to achieve our goals, whether they're in the declaration or really are the SDGs and the Paris targets as well. So this is a really important process that you're initiating that I think will be able to help drive that. We're also pleased to work with you through the Technical Cooperation Collaborative, which is essentially an effort that we also announced at COP29 last year that seeks to align some of the world's largest providers of technical cooperation to low-income and climate-vulnerable countries to be able to essentially better organize the offer that will help countries come through on what they committed to do in the declaration. So this is another really essential, we hope, a complementary way of working with the hub and this convergence initiative to be able to come through on those objectives. So really, congratulations and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Zach, and really interesting discussion. Thank you so much, and interesting discussion, very important inputs on conversions, very technical as well, how it could be done right, how to involve youth, how to make sure that farmers are positively impacted by this work, and how to make sure that our collective actions are having a positive or neutral impact on the environment. I think there was a lot of discussion about financing, bringing biodiversity in, and I would like to make use of the remaining 10 minutes to allow also participants to provide some questions or interventions as needed. David, would you like to start? Yes.
Hello, everybody. I'm David. I'm another person who is involved in this work, and I just wanted to pick up on what Xingwei Han just said, which is the food systems working means that we have to work in different ways from before. Before, you wanted to work on food, you gave the money to a Ministry of Agriculture and said spend it. Now it involves agriculture, it involves environment, we just heard from from Sweden, and we also involves health because of nutrition. We know that food is unfortunately contributing to sickness in many people. It involves gender, it involves social development, it involves local government. In fact, it is a hugely broad set of activities. How do we avoid being completely disoriented when working on food systems? Answer, we need the structures and the systems and the procedures that enable different ministries and departments to work together, not just with government. Farmers have got to be right on the inside and not somehow brought in at the last minute. And then business has to be there because farmers sell their stuff to off-takers, and the relationship with the farmer and business is also important, and that's how we deal with these very complex issues like who pays. And then civil society will want to be there. All over the world now, civil society with youth groups and others is coming up and saying food must be different from now on, especially with climate change. So the Convergence Initiative, as I understand it, is a really exciting development. It's a very structured and deliberate way to help different bits of government come together with other stakeholders and find ways of dealing with money and dealing with monitoring and accountability so that food systems transformation happens. But it's not going to be overnight, and that's why wonderfully the Hub and others are trying to systematically support this process, and I'm so pleased personally to see it getting discussed here at the COP. It's about how you make the changes happen. It's not so much about what needs to change, it's about how you do it without having huge political crises every time you try to make change. Thank you, sir. I'm looking at you on the television from Sweden. It was an absolutely fascinating account of just how difficult it's going to be for farmers unless you can get these issues attended to. I hope we can respond to your challenge. Thanks again.
Thanks a lot, David. Perfect as usual explaining also how difficult is the process, but how incremental it should be. It's a long-term process. We are on the right track, but we don't expect also that everything will be solved instantly. We need to keep pushing. So thank you so much, David. Any other questions, interventions, thoughts from participants? Yeah, I see someone like to speak. Okay. Can you also introduce yourself, please?
Hi. I've been to raise. Can you hear me? From Poland. So yeah. Hi everyone. I'm Mateusz Czesnocha, farmer from Poland, on a mission of building a farmer-centric bridge between climate and agricultural policies, which is, as we know very well, not so straightforward, and also of the UN Food System Summit. I will from the question is the question is if a government that might be my government or government from our countries is not very excited to the idea of approaching food in a systemic way, what would be your recommendations or best practices of actually moving the needle, even though the stars are not aligned yet? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very important question. Stefanos, would you like to respond to this?
Yeah. Then I think that civil society and non-governmental organizations need to do some noise. And they need to do some noise that it's going to be heard. So tell me the one thing that governments wish. What's the one thing that any government wishes?
Quiet.
What?
Peace.
There's something bigger than this. To be re-elected. So bring with your action and your noise in the agenda the issue of food systems, the issue of SDGs, the issue of sustainability. And there are spots in the last 40 years, at least I'm following the environmental discussion in the last 40 years. I'm old enough to remember even the first Rio. I don't remember very well the Stockholm, because I was in Stockholm, I was really very 10 years old. But in these 40 years, you had glimpses of time that this push and movement came together. And that's what we got Rio, that's why we got Rio +20, that's why we got the SDGs, that's what we got the Paris Agreement, that's why we got the financing for development, that's what we got the urban agenda. And to all the people that they think that these are not matter, they do matter, because they do the incremental change. What we hope for is that at some point this incremental change will become transformational change. And I do hope that it will happen before we reach the 1.5 degrees. That's the big hope. Can we say that we should stop acting and fighting because we don't agree? No. And I'll tell you something. I mean, there's a criticism right now about the COPs, and people criticize the COPs. And I think that the ones that criticize the COPs, they needed to think twice. Because I'm not afraid when governments and stakeholders are coming together and disagree. What I'm afraid is that at some point, governments will say, we don't want to come together and discuss. And we don't want to be together to disagree. So they are abandoning multilateralism is the real threat. So yes, we don't have many times the results we want. We don't get the numbers, we don't get the agreements. But you need to understand, bringing 194 governments and thousands of stakeholders together, it's going to be painful in every setting. Yeah? But that doesn't mean that we should stop doing this thing. This is what has kept, if you want, some hope so far, and we need really to keep this hope. So make a lot of noise, make it part of the elections agenda, and you have very good chances of upscaling it.
Thank you, Stefan. Yes, I think indeed it is a painful process to go through this food system transformation, not an easy one, but it is a process that we cannot abandon at this stage, because everything is at stake. Not only food security, but also the health of our planet. Maybe I can go back to Catalaya. We have a few minutes, but just a few, maybe one or two key messages that you would like to leave the audience with.
Just a bit more about my personal story. So, as you can see, I'm from China, but my normal base is Sydney, Australia. I volunteer for the city farm under the local government of Australia, City of Sydney Council. So I work closely with farmers and also other volunteers across multiple tribes and also including indigenous peoples. And I work closely with my Indian co-workers overseas. And as a recently selected regional focal point for Asia Pacific region for CYMG to UNEP, I believe all of us, even as a youth representative, I can do such more. And why you can't? I mean, it's a mutual reciprocal connection, and we make policies and make decisions and we take measures in the whole process to make it happen and also to expedite the achievement of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development for everyone, for a more inclusive, resilient, and a sustainable community. So that's probably the message I would love to convey to the audience, to everyone.
Thank you. I think from Stefanos will agree that from engaging with the hub, this is usually the most rewarding and most constructive input that we get. Always good inputs from the youth helping us move forward. I go to Mr. Marcos online if you would like also to provide one key message.
Thank you. And I was inspired by listening to the gentleman before that you have to talk to the farmers and not talk about the farmers. So don't forget that in the process. That will come in food transformation. And I think that if farmers can feel safe and secure in the food transformation process, they can be like a tremendous superpower to help in the transformation instead of the opposite and feeling unsecure. So talk to the farmers.
Stefanos would like to say something? Okay. So in order to be able also to conclude on time, really I would like to thank you all so much. I think this was one of the very interactive dialogues and the very important ideas that are also useful to the hub while we are in the middle of implementing the Convergence initiative. It is not an easy road, as David mentioned. It is an incremental approach. As Stefanos mentioned, we need to break the silos, we need to involve youth, and we need also to consider the scientific basis for decision maker. What was mentioned by Marcos about ensuring that we are doing the right costings, that we are bringing the different agenda, including the biodiversity, are very important to the Convergence initiative. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with the Nordic Council. I think this is a very good event. Thank you so much for hosting us, and thank you all for being here. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Please note a little bit if you can hear me. Thumbs up. Great. So hi, everyone. Very warm welcome to our panel discussion on the Nordic shift to sustainable food systems. My name is Auli Nikkilä, and I represent the TAH Foundation, which is short for Tiina and Antti Herlin Foundation from Finland. And I have this great panel here with me that I will let them introduce themselves, and we will also be getting Stella from Denmark, who will be joining us very soon. All right. So I'm going to propose that we start off with some short introductions here. So I will ask each of you in this panel to introduce yourselves, who you represent, which organization, and how you're striving to transform sustainable food systems. So please, Niklas, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. My name is Niklas Kaskela. I am a Sustainable Food and Public Affairs Manager at Oatly, but I'm also the chairman of Pro-Veggie or Plant-Based Food Finland. So Oatly is one of the leading companies trying to change food systems. Our mission is to provide or make it easy for people to eat healthy without taxing without taxing too much the resources of our planet. And we do that with the superpower of oats. So we make oat-based products that quite often can also replace dairy products, animal-based dairy products, and we try to encourage people to switch to plant-based alternatives. But then I'm also the chairman of Pro-Veggie, or Plant-Based Food Finland, which is an association where Oatly was one of the key initiators. We was founded about a year ago. We have about 30 association members, close to 30 different food companies, also retailers in Finland, trying to drive the Finnish food system to be more plant-based. So I have these two roles here, and happy to be here, and maybe that's it for now.
Thank you, Niklas, and over to Bernd.
Thank you, Auli. So hello, everybody. My name is Bernd Nordman. I'm head of climate program of WWF Finland. I assume you have heard of WWF, the great global panda family. So I'm heading the climate program. I have a great team of colleagues in the food program of WWF Finland. They couldn't make it here, so I will take the stage today to talk about food systems. The WWF Global Network has actually food systems agriculture as one of the global key work areas. So we have also a global practice. And I'll be happy to talk more about that in a while, but great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now over to our online participant. Stella, could you please introduce yourself, who you represent, and how you're striving for a sustainable food system?
Yes, so my name is Stella, and I come from Plantebanken. Oh, there's an echo. Never mind. So Plantebanken is the business association of plant-based foods, and our members are producers of plant-based food. That is our ordinary members, and then we also have some other members. Actually, from this year on, we opened up for more categories than the production companies to try to gather the whole food system or the whole value chain. And the way that we're trying to change the food system is first of all with political initiatives, and then also trying to again gather this whole value chain to try to have a strong political voice. And a lot of our political initiatives are first of all national, but a lot of these things that we do is also to try to create something in Denmark first, and creating models that other countries can kind of adopt. So we're trying to be always front runners in this plant-based change. That's it from now, I think.
Thank you so much, Stella. And I have to say that you have definitely built and developed something that us in the other Nordic countries are looking as a pioneer in this space. We will get back to that very soon. But now that we're talking about the food system and sustainable food systems, I would like us to take one more step backwards and to talk a little bit about how it relates to climate, but also how it relates to nature and biodiversity. The food system, as we know, actually connects and interlinks these two aspects quite well to each other, and I think this is a topic that, Bernd, you would maybe want to elaborate a little bit on further.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be happy to. So from both climate and biodiversity perspective, changing our food systems is really crucial. You can count in different ways, but roughly almost 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions globally kind of can be traced back to the food systems. Really huge part of all emissions. And why? Well, mainly due to land use and land use change. And then we have the biodiversity aspect. So also the food production of food systems is the biggest driver for a global biodiversity loss. So we have the same kind of driver. We have unsustainable food systems. So both to solve the climate crisis and to solve the biodiversity loss crisis, we need to change the food systems. So it's really a top priority.
Very well put. Thank you very much, Bernd. And now over to one of the most interesting topics, hopefully, of the day. I mean, there are very many interesting events, of course, happening here at COP in Baku, but something that Stella already mentioned very briefly recently, and this is, of course, the Danish action plan for plant-based foods. I think there is a copy of this report there on the table, so people here in Baku present, please take a look at it. It's a very interesting document. And now I would like to let Stella just briefly describe it and tell us what it is. How did you develop it? How did you pull it off as a starting point? And what has been the feedback from it so far?
Yes, so for that, I'll go back to November 2020. We were 5 NGOs and then us, Plantebanken, who wrote this visionary report. And this visionary report was to try to help the government reaching our 70% CO2 reduction in 2030. And the reason why we wrote this report was that if we wanted to reach our goal, we needed a transition of our agriculture. As most of you maybe know, Denmark is very heavy in the animal industry. And most of our land is used for feed crops to feed our animals, and this is something that we were very aware of needed to be changed in order to lower our greenhouse gas emissions. And that to say, back then and still now, 28% of Denmark's greenhouse gas emissions comes from livestock. So we wrote this visionary report that had some very clear proposals on how to switch from this very heavy livestock industry to a more plant-based one. It proposed, for example, that the farmers would gain access to education on how to produce these crops, but also how to sell these crops for human consumption. The report was also called From Feed to Food, so it clearly states the aim of this report. It also wanted that state-funded agricultural research, that it would be reprioritized from livestock to plant-based proteins, and that Denmark adopts a concrete goal for the gradual reduction of the animal production. And this is a report that we then send in to our government. And luckily, there was a lot of the political parties that actually took it very serious. And out from this visionary report, we got the first action plan, the national action plan for plant-based food in Denmark, that you all know about. So we're of course very happy that that this was that this was something that the government took serious, and that we got this action plan for plant-based food. And we're of course hoping that other countries will follow, because it's not enough that Denmark take these steps alone. Again, we're always trying to build models that can be adopted by others, because we're also aware of the fact that we need everybody to be on board with this. It's not only Denmark that has these problems, of course. But that is the story behind our action plan for plant-based foods. And I can also add to this that in relation to this action plan, we also got the first fund for plant-based food, also a governmental one, where we have 90 million euros that are going into this fund, and this fund is only for plant-based initiatives. So this is 90 million euros that goes, and it started in 2022, goes until 2030. And this fund will support everything that is in relation to cultivation of plant-based food, the processing, self-promotion, export promotion, and so on. And we're of course hoping that the fund will become permanent, that it won't stop in 2030. So this is our next fight. Yes, so I think that's it for now, for the history behind our action plan and also our fund.
Thank you so much, Stella. I'm sure that many people here would have a lot of questions for you regarding how you built this action plan and how it will be implemented. But at this point, I would ask Niklas maybe to comment a little bit on what the status is in other Nordic countries, and how could we strive to achieve such an important milestone also in Finland and the rest of the Nordic countries. Why not even on European scale, global scale? So would you like to comment a little bit on this?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I want to congratulate Stella and all my Danish colleagues that have been working on this, because I think it's a great achievement, and it's a very unique achievement to have such an action plan also like globally. I don't think there is any other country in the world that has a similar governmental action plan to advance plant-based food. And I'm very envious as a Finn, trying to do this work also in Finland, but also I think representing a Swedish company, Oatly, we definitely need something like what Denmark has done in the other Nordic countries as well. I think it's very, very inspiring and revealing to actually, when you open the action plan, and the first sentence is written by the Danish Minister for Agriculture, I think he is. I'm not sure if still in the government, but the first sentence says that the future of food is plant-based. And I think that's a recognition that many politicians and many governments haven't made yet. Like Bernd said here earlier, food systems contribute to about 1/3 of global emissions, and we should obviously then strive for reforming and revolutionizing food systems to be more sustainable. But we also need to acknowledge where the majority of the emissions in the food system comes from, and they come from animal-based food and animal-based agriculture. But I think we're still quite far from politicians and decision makers kind of accepting this as the truth. And I think it's very revealing that food is on the agenda of COP only for the second time here in Baku. Last year in Dubai, there was a specific day for food, theme day, and this year it's the second time only. So we've been very focused, obviously, on reducing fossil fuels. That needs to be the main focus of climate action, but we'll never achieve our goals from the Paris Agreement or even the 2-degree goal if we don't focus on food systems. Yeah, that being said, I mean, I hope we can use the Danish example as something that other politicians sort of want to look up to. There's a lot of friendly rivalry, I would say, between the Nordics. When someone in the Nordics does something progressive and then the others often follow. So I'm really hoping and encouraging decision makers in the other Nordic countries to have a look at the Danish action plan, see what it's all about, and see how they can push for something in their respective countries. We're doing this through the Plantebranchen sister organization, ProVeggie or Plant-Based Food Finland, but I think it will be a long-term project to get such a thing. I'm not very confident that our current government is very, I would say, welcoming to such a plan, but maybe the next one. So we need to think about the long term and how we can establish the political or understand the political landscape and look forward or work towards having such a plan maybe during the next government. But yeah, maybe that's how I see it at the moment. Denmark is really an inspiring example, and hoping for other countries to follow, and really encouraging people to have a look at the action plan.
I totally agree. Thank you very much, Niklas. And over to Bernd. Would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, I'd like to build on what Niklas said. I think one of the really inspiring features of this plant-based food discussion is the business opportunities. Actually, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting startups in this field, also in Finland. I mean, we can be proud of our startups also in Finland, because plant-based food, I mean, it needs some processing. And you have to make the plant-based protein easy to use, easy to digest, and develop the processes. And now I'm starting from the agricultural-based plant-based proteins, and then we have the synthetic proteins, the microbiological ways to produce protein. So there's just a huge business potential. There was an assessment recently in Finland just envisioning that at least half of the growth of the food systems economy would be plant-based. So we see this in many arenas here at COP and in the climate dialogues in general. I mean, we need the corporates also to see the business opportunities, and we need business also to lobby politicians to get the right policy instruments in place. And yeah, so there's a lot of interesting startups helping people to change to a more plant-based diet. So this should really now be accelerated.
If I can still, yeah. So I think, going back to still the inspiring words of the Danish minister that the future of food is plant-based. I think he has acknowledged that that's true, but I think many of they see the opportunities, but they still fail maybe to acknowledge that this change in our food system is not just needed, but it's inevitable at some point. It will happen. Now it's a question of how fast it happens, and I think we have to, our main aim, which has to be to tackle the barriers that prevent this systemic change from happening fast enough. And that's where I want to say there's something, we have an unlevel playing field at the moment for many of these plant-based food companies that Bernd mentioned here. There are policies in place, taxations in place, other and norms also in place that sort of prevent the plant-based companies from growing to the potential that they have, because we have a system that has built these historical dependencies on animal-based agriculture and animal-based food. So this is something we're working quite a lot on at Oatly, is to tackle these barriers and make politicians, decision makers understand that we need to create a level playing field, and that's when the exponential growth will happen. So I'm confident that our food system will change, but now it's a question of how fast it will change.
Thank you, Niklas. Very well put once again, and thank you, Bernd, as well. What I really liked about what you said was when you mentioned the business opportunities here. So this is one of the angles that we at the TAH Foundation are looking at when we look at sustainable food innovations, is actually from the perspective of financing. So we've noticed that there's significant financing gap when it comes to scaling up these solutions. Many times in climate tech, this is called the first of a kind valley of death, where many companies that have been able to attract venture capital financing in the early stages, actually they fall into this valley of death and are unable to actually scale their production to a level that would actually replace fossil-based alternatives. So this is one of the angles that we at the TAH Foundation are also trying to tackle. I think it's a perspective that might be often forgotten when we talk about this, is the financing angle, which then again for myself as a financial person seems very, very intuitive in this way. But I think we've heard some very interesting comments when it comes to this action plan. I think there's a lot for the rest of the Nordic countries to be done for this, and you two here, of course, are very much driving the Finnish landscape forward when it comes to this, which is great. But next, I would like to turn our attention to another very interesting topic, so the Nordic nutritional recommendations. So this is a topic very often spoken of in Finland, in Sweden, the whole of Nordics, and we basically have a system in the Nordics that we have Nordic level nutritional recommendations that were released in 2023, and currently we're in the process of receiving the Finnish national recommendations in the end of November, and there is separate processes for each of the Nordic countries. But us as Nordic people, these actually represent, I would say, quite significant value. I personally do look at them and I consider what I'm eating and how I could eat also healthier, but also more sustainably. And this is the key when it comes to these recommendations, is the intelligent way they actually combine the health aspects to the sustainability aspects. So Bernd, would you like to comment a little bit on how you see the value of these recommendations and also the power, their ability to impact our decision making as consumers?
Yeah, thanks. So perhaps all of you are not perfectly familiar with the Nordic countries, the Nordic societies. We have a strong welfare society. For decades, we've had a strong focus on government bodies giving advice, science-based advice in a neutral way to the citizens of the Nordic countries. What would be good for you? What would be good for the society? So we've had a long tradition of these kind of recommendations, also in the nutritional sphere. So the latest version was released last year. I think it's every 10 years approximately when they release, because science develops and also our understanding of sustainability has improved a lot. So every 10 years there's a new version. The latest version released last year really was a big step forward in the sustainability with consideration of sustainability. So strong focus on the environmental impact of production of food, and this kind of adds a new dimension to the recommendations, because traditionally they have been very much focused on health. So now we're actually, which I'm very happy about, so we are talking about both the human health, but also the health of nature. So they are impactful. Of course, there are recommendations. It's not a legislation, but they are impactful for many reasons. For instance, the public procurement of food. some of you might know that we also have free school lunch, school meals, and actually from kindergarten all the way up to upper secondary. And of course the health system also relies, healthcare providers, hospitals and so forth, homes for elderly people, they all rely very much on these science-based recommendations. So they have an impact. And then so we have a Nordic common vision, and then they are implemented on national level to the national recommendations, and they are of course they're based on the Nordics, but every country wants to tweak it in one way or another. We'll very soon, I hope I think we will get the Finnish one in I think next week. So I think that was in a nutshell. Yeah.
Yes.
A big one.
Yes. A big nutshell. Yes, thank you very much, Bernd. I'd next like to ask our online panelist here, Stella. When we talk about these nutritional recommendations that are supposed to actually direct the behavior of us consumers in our daily lives, how would you evaluate how these kinds of nutritional recommendations actually do change consumer behavior? How do these actually succeed in doing that?
Well, first of all, I want to say that of course we're also looking at the Nordic nutrition recommendation, but we actually also in 2021 got the first what our government called for the first time actually climate nutritional recommendation, because for the first time our national recommendations both included the health aspect of it, but also the climate aspect. And of course, we were very happy about that, because then we finally had something to lean on in our work. But again, like Bernd also said, it is only recommendations. So it's been a little bit tough to try to also really implement it. So some of our work right now is actually also trying to push this more into something that food service has to implement or has to follow, because right now we don't have free school meals, but we do have a lot of canteens in this country, and all these food services, if they could follow our dietary guidelines from 2021, that would already help us so much in this green transition. So it is kind of it is a very nice tool to have, but we do hope that that is something that would be followed more. When it now comes to consumers in general, it's of course very tough, and I have to admit that most people that I talk to don't even know what it says in our national dietary guidelines. I think what we've experienced in these years is actually that not talking about it and just implementing it is much easier, because as soon as you say that it's some dietary guidelines that they have to follow, or as soon as you say that it's something that they can't have and something that they have to have, then most consumers are objecting against it. So it's we somehow need to just implement it, and we think that doing it first of all in these food service, so that people that goes to work and have their lunch, they try it already there. So in lunchtime in their canteen, where they don't have to do anything, that there we think that there can be a big change already. But again, it is of course it is a challenge. Yeah, but we've come very far with these new dietary guidelines, also including the climate.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you very much. Over to Niklas then. Would you like to describe us what are actually the major changes needed in eating habits to transform the food systems? What are the changes? Let's keep it quite short, not to mention all of them. There are many of them, of course, but what are the major changes that we need to take?
Wow, big question. There are so many. I just want to quickly say about the guidelines or the recommendations. So in Finland, we'll have a national version being published in a few weeks' time, and that was leaked to the press already some weeks ago, and it caused a lot of backlash, like in other countries as well. And I'm referring to what Stella said, that people might not be comfortable when they're guided in this way. But I think that's why it's so crucial that we get these recommendations into public policy and public procurement, so that they guide public procurement, for example, in a way where people don't really notice that they are being nudged and shifted towards a more plant-based food system. My home city of Helsinki is a good example, because a few years ago it set a target of reducing dairy and meat by 50% in its public procurement. And we're pretty soon by 2025, and we're almost there. We've almost reached that target, and nobody has noticed, because we didn't make a big fuss of it. It was a big fuss in the city council when it was, but after that, nobody really noticed. And like Bernd said, we have free school meals in Finland, so this really nudges also like the future generations towards a more plant-based diet and one that's tasty and good. But that's, I think, one of the, like, coming back to what do we need to do? We need to, I mean, we're talking about a food system. So we need systemic solutions if we want to change the food system. So there's not one thing that will solve everything. It's not going to be a dietary guideline. It's not going to be this or that policy or public procurement. We need to sort of nudge and shift things on many levels. But I want to highlight the role of policy and law and taxation and such, where we really need to understand that there are limitations at the moment that restrict the growth of the plant-based food sector, and I would start by dismantling these restrictions, be they what I mentioned earlier, an unlevel playing field, and through that we can sort of unlash the potential of plant-based food, which is super tasty, super good. It's much healthier. It's less harmful for the environment. So there's a lot of potential there. But lastly, I also want to say that we have this weird idea that food systems don't change or diets don't change over time, but they're in constant change. If I think about what I'm eating today, it's very different from 10 or 15 years ago. Or if I think of the average Finnish family, what they consume at home, it's very different from 10 or 15 years ago. But somehow whenever there's a push for change towards the better, and I would say better for health and planet, we feel that no, we can't change. We have a long history, etc., etc. And I would challenge that narrative and say that food systems have constantly been changed, but this time we just need to change it for the better, and we shouldn't be afraid of that change. It's not giving up something; it's replacing something with something which is tastier, better for the food, for health and planet.
Yeah, could I add one perspective? I think human beings are in general a bit conservative when it comes to food. It's a very big part of our culture. And of course, the family you grow up in has a key role. And I would say from a Nordic perspective, since we have, we have a school system where all the children goes to the same kind of schools, and the public schools is a system where every child also gets the possibility to try something new. For instance, if they grow up in a family where they mainly or use a lot of meat, animal based proteins, I think it's really a good thing that we can offer them also possibilities to try something else. So that's kind of the socializing, also the new inventions. And it's just the same with the food, the canteens in workplaces. I mean, if you are in a hurry and you go to the line and you see, oh well, that's some nice plant-based balls. I mean, not meatballs, but some legumes. And then, I mean, you try it for the first time, and then you just realize, oh, it really tastes good, and I can work the whole day on this. On this, it's nutritional and so forth. So I think it's really important to find the different ways to go over the barrier of just eating the same things that you are used to. So I really encourage also other parts of the world and the pro-vegas and of the world to use this kind of channel to promote plant-based protein and plant-based food.
Hello. Yep. Bernd mentioned taste. Let's not forget that the alternative has to taste really good. But we're really we've done at Oatly, we've done blind testing between animal-based dairy and our products, and in over half of testers have chosen the plant-based alternative because of taste only. So I think here, that barrier is also being torn down, and we're about to, grow the plant-based sector increment or sort of exponentially in the future.
Thank you so much. I absolutely agree. I'm especially one of those who always wants to drink her coffee with e-cafe in it from Oatly, so definitely recommend that. But a lot of interesting comments that we have received from you panelists. Thank you very much. I'm sure that we could continue this discussion for hours and hours here, but we do have a schedule that we need to stick to. So we've covered a plethora of different topics. We started off with looking at biodiversity and climate and how these two topics interconnect, then dove deep into the Danish action plan for plant-based foods, and finished off with the Nordic nutritional recommendations and their impact. So we've covered many topics concerning the Nordics, still bearing in mind that the transformation of global sustainable food systems is of course a global topic, and now we have focused on the Nordic angle and Nordic potential and pioneering work when it comes to this very broad, big topic here. So I would like to give a very big warm thank you to all of you three panelists. Thank you for sharing your insights. And now is the time for the audience to ask any questions, if you may have any. I see many hands raised, which is great. So I would ask our technical staff here to provide you with some mics.
Thank you for such a substantive discussion. My name is Sid. I'm from Canada, and I'm supporting the Canadian government develop a low-carbon food guide for its public procurement across the armed forces, healthcare, schools, colleges, universities. As you probably may know, that Canada has a lot of public sector procurement power. One of the things in my engagement with them has been, when it comes down to actually executing the policy, there are two areas where they find resistance or challenge or gap. One is the multi-sectorial engagement at that level. So head of procurement, head of the base, the head chef, the head, and everybody kind of feels like, well, how do we move forward? Who runs this? So I would love to get some insights from folks, if they have experience in terms of what's the entry point in kind of that multi-stakeholder solutions that can drive these shifts. And my second question, I think we touched a little bit, is on the skill piece. It has to taste good. And chefs are not classically trained on using these new ingredients. These are fairly new ingredients. While legumes and pulses and beans have been around, some of the new alternative proteins are fairly new in terms of taste, texture, etc. So how do you kind of bring those two together? If I could get some insights, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Can I try answering the last question? My colleagues at Olli have actually trained thousands of chefs in Sweden that work in schools, for example, in order for them to try the products that are plant-based and create good tasting food out of them. So kids can be a tough crowd, right? So it has to taste good, and I think there's like companies can play a role there. Also educational institutions, chefs are usually trained somewhere. So including like the food service sector is really crucial. In some countries it's more private, some countries it's more public. Then on the first question quickly, I think like setting very concrete targets. Like I mentioned, the city of Helsinki having a concrete target of halving dairy and meat in public procurement. That's a target that you can follow, and politicians have set it so it should sort of trickle down also into the implementation of public procurement. So I would say very concrete measurable targets are needed.
Yeah, I could perhaps kind of build on something that Niklas said, that one strategy of making change is just do it and not make a lot of fuss. Actually, at WWF, we have also tried, I think, quite successfully the other strategy to really create campaigns and making plant-based food kind of sexy and interesting and top of the art and so forth. So we had an Eat for Change campaign in some 8 European countries. I'll be happy to tell more about that. But that's also one thing. I think you should also try to make it sexy. Just in festivals. Have partnership with festivals and have partnership with very well-known chefs who could kind of in their TV shows show how easy it is and how well it tastes and so forth. So that's kind of I think that strategy could also work, could complement. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we do have time for one more question. If we are on schedule, please go ahead in the front and we'll continue after the discussions here.
Hi, thank you so much for the panel. I would like to ask your thoughts about cultivated meat and how it can be also a potential alternative for feeding the population in the future. And if you have any insights like about regulations or how is it going in the Nordic countries?
Yeah, I'll be a bit cautious. It's not my top area of competence. Perhaps first of all, I think one issue is, should we talk about meat or should we talk about plant-based protein? And we have some really interesting startups in Finland. I know there's in other parts of the world also, but really using kind of electricity to produce really healthy protein that can be used. So and as far as I know, they seem to be very safe. Let's see, but it looks really good, and it's very clear that we need to reduce the land use of agriculture. So I believe that this kind of industrial protein is one of the solutions. It's not the only one, not the silver bullet, but it looks very promising, and I really hope that the business will develop, because there's again such an enormous business potential if we if everything plays out well.
Thank you, Bernd. I think that we have now used the time that we have for this session. So thank you so much for joining us here in Baku and online. And I propose that we continue the discussions here in the event space with the people interested. So thank you very much.
Let's take a restart then. Dear guests and excellencies, my name is Dan Koivulaakso. I'm head of Department for Growth and Climate at the Nordic Council of Ministers. I'm very happy to warmly welcome you all here at the Nordic Pavilion for our closing event of our Food Systems Day. We are happy to host this session together with EAT and the Food and Land Use Coalition. There are no pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 or even 2 degrees that do not include changes to our food systems. But still, food is often not acknowledged as central in climate action. Approximately 1/3 of our total emissions comes from the global food systems. At the same time, malnutrition in all its forms, from undernutrition to overweight and obesity, are affecting the people worldwide. This leads to non-communicable diseases with huge costs to our public sectors and long-lasting effects for families, communities, and countries. This is the case in the Nordic region, but also in most countries of the world. The Nordic Nutrition Recommendations, or the NNRs as we call them, is the flagship project of the Nordic cooperation. There are approximately 400 researchers and experts involved in this development. We released the 6th edition last year, and it's now being transformed to dietary guidelines, school meal programs, and other public meals across the Nordic region. What is new in this edition is that we have integrated environmental aspects for the first time. We are one of the first regions in the world to take this step to include both nutrition and climate concerns together in dietary recommendations. This is an important step in order to promote better health for Nordic populations, but also to reduce our sizable climate impact. We have found that there is very natural integration on the two concerns. There are clear synergies between what a healthy diet looks like and what an environmentally sound diet looks like. Joining forces between health, food, and climate communities can therefore be a win-win and a common goal for us. We know for a fact that changing our diets to become more sustainable is one of the single most powerful interventions we can do in order to reduce our overall climate impact. The NNR is an open source publication which is free for everyone to access online. We are now also translating it into a condensed format into Spanish and French so that the report can be distributed globally through the Sun Network and be an asset for the WHO, the Healthy Diets Coalition, and the School Meals Coalition. Finally, I also want to say that we are intensifying our focus on nutrition in the Nordic cooperation with the establishment of a Nordic Standing Committee for Nutrition. A part of the committee mandate is international collaboration. As an example, the committee will now, through the FAO, assist development of dietary guidelines in other countries and other regions as well. The Nordic region still has a lot to learn in this field, but we also have a lot of experience from both regional and national levels regards to dietary recommendations. In a year from now, we will meet in Brazil at the COP30. Our hope is that we will then be at one of the main stages and that food and health issues are more central than ever. More strategic partnerships need to be made in this endeavor, and the Nordic Council of Ministers are ready to engage with like-minded organizations and countries to make sure that the imperative role of food in climate action is considered. I will next invite our keynote speaker and give the floor to Ms. Namu Kolokovic, who is an Eat Lancet 2.0 Commissioner, the Regional Director for East and Southern Africa at CGIAR, and the ILRI Director General's Representative to Ethiopia. Namu Kolo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't see anything there. So thank you very much. I will be speaking about healthy, sustainable, and just food systems within environmental boundaries. What does this statement actually mean? You can see that plate of the EAT Commission already showing the proportions of what we should be eating of the different food groups. The current EAT Lancet Commission has been going on for a while now, starting in 2022, and we are headed to releasing the next EAT report 2.0 that will be released in October 2025. So let's get back to the plate again. This is what we should be consuming if we are to consume not only for health, but also for the health of the planet. However, that is not necessarily what is happening. And as you can see, the scale of the challenge of multiple forms of malnutrition is quite large. Not only do we have 2 billion people lacking micronutrients such as iron and vitamin A, we also have many children who have stunted growth, limiting not only their cognitive development, but also future earning abilities of the countries from where those children come from. And 88% of countries face multiple burdens of malnutrition. Current dietary patterns look like this. This is based on the EAT Lancet 2019 work. And you can see that for livestock and for tubers, starchy tubers, we are really over the limit in terms of planetary limits. And this is considering the fact that this dotted line, which I cannot point at, the dotted line you see there is actually planetary boundaries. So we are consuming some products way over the planetary boundaries and others just not enough of. So our transitions need to create a balance between those two extremes. But then the situation doesn't look the same everywhere. This is what it looks like for Africa. Here again, you can see levels of overconsumption. And I think what we need to be careful about here is that even in African countries, we do have some sectors of the population that are in overconsumption, while others may need to consume more of some of the nutrient-dense foods. So nuanced approaches are really required in the solutions that we derive. On these slides, I just wanted to emphasize why it is important to transform food systems. We are currently not bending any of those curves when you look at issues around climate, when you look at water, when you look at environmental degradation. We have a glimpse of hope in what we managed to have done for the ozone layer. We have a success story there that we should consider looking at what are the lessons that we can actually learn there. It is not possible for us to limit the climate change to below 1.5 if we do not do anything about food systems. Now, when you talk about climate change, there are those that don't even believe it is happening. It makes you wonder which planet they live on. However, if that doesn't help us, at least the challenge you see at the bottom there hopefully can help us. Because not only are the consumption patterns we have now driving climate change, but we also see the fact that they are unhealthy. That report from The Guardian you see there was released this past week while we are here at COP. And you can see the cost of an unhealthy diet. For low middle income countries, the cost is also on the undernutrition side. And so when we are thinking about transitions, we need to think about context as well. So for the Lancet 2.0, to address these different extremes, to address the challenges that we face, we have 5 thematic areas. The first thematic area looks at justice in food systems, and here it is trying to bring in some of that nuance in terms of what type of transitions do we need under different settings. What kind of transitions do we need for people, for example, who even work in the food industry, that they themselves are not consuming healthy diets? The second thing is on healthy diets, and you've seen already multiple forms of malnutrition, which really are quite a cost to countries. And for us to address both climate change and health, we have to address the issue of sustainable healthy diets. Then we have food systems boundaries. And here we are looking at multiple boundaries, including water, land, fertilizer, nitrogen emissions, phosphorus. So we will be looking at multiple boundaries within the food systems and look at the evidence that we have in terms of where the solutions lie for us to be able to mitigate as well as adapt. Then we have a thematic area that looks at food systems modeling. And here we've brought together multiple modeling teams from different universities who will be looking at trajectories of transformation paths for different settings that will help us to look at how can we accelerate progress towards reducing the challenges that we are actually facing. And then, of course, then we have systems transformation that will be looking at exploring solutions and barriers and actions for transformative action towards healthy, safe, and sustainable food systems. So this particular thematic area specifically focuses on solutions that are already available, solutions that have been described, solutions that could help us move faster towards the desired outcomes. On this slide, what I want to reflect is work that has been done to look at the fact that for healthy diets, we do have different options. And within those options, specifically, these are informed by the planetary reference diet. We often get criticized in terms of that you want everybody to eat the same thing everywhere. That is not the case. And this is what this slide shows, that within that dietary reference, there are possibilities for different settings that could actually be used. And on this slide, I want to finish with this slide, specifically to reflect the fact that under the current consumption patterns, there are some lessons that we can actually learn. Where we have some green, can we sustain that, bring in additional nutrient density without losing the green? That would be good sustainable food systems transition. So it is important for us to learn lessons for where there are positive lessons to be learned, but also to be mindful of the fact that something looks green does not necessarily mean it is wonderful. Some of those green spots are going in a very bad trajectories of overweight and obesity and what have you. So we have to be really nuanced in the way in which we look at our data. On this, I simply want to say thank you to the full team of commissioners that is working very hard to get this report to publication. Thank you. Let me pass back on to Lou Jane.
Thank you so much, Dr. Namakulu, for this insightful presentation and give us a brief teaser of what's coming up with the 8th Lancet Commission 2.0. We are now even more eagerly awaiting for the publication of the report next year in October. I think that was a great presentation that set the scene for the upcoming panel discussion. And we have a great lineup of panelists that I'm going to introduce and ask them to come on the stage. First, Dr. Naoko Ishii, Executive Vice President of the University of Tokyo and also Food System Economic Commissioner. Then we have Mr. Matthias from Year, Climate Ambassador of Sweden. Please have a seat. And Hindu Ibrahim, environmental activist from Association for Indigenous Women of Peoples of Chad. And then last but not least, Lisa Wolbom, CEO of Food Nations Denmark. So, Naoko, perhaps we can start with you. We had a great presentation that set up from the health, sustainability, and just perspective of sustainable food systems. But what about the economic analysis and the global policy report that was launched in January this year? And if there are any key recommendations they would like to inform our audience about?
Thank you so much. Working? Okay. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to introduce the FSEC report. I see the huge commonality between the report already discussed, E-Transit report and then the FSEC report, and no wonder, because there are a lot of overlap of authors, that the FSEC report is also chaired by Johan Rockström and Gunhild, who is holding the EAT Forum. So the message is more or less broadly aligned, but as introduced or nudged, I want to put a little bit of also the economics part of the report. So the basic storyline of the FSEC report goes like that. The food system transformation is absolutely needed for all the reasons already mentioned. It's a health and the people's health, planet health, and also the poverty kind of thing. So that it's needed, and because current system that costs us 5 to 10 trillion US dollars per year, and it comes from environmental cost, it's a health cost, and it's also the social cost like the poverty. But this also provides us with a huge opportunity to how to address this food system transformation. The important thing is system transformation. We used to address this issue only from, let's say, agriculture point of view or production point of view. But this food system FSEC report is really trying to address the food as a system from production to consumption, and from environment to social and the planet. So this gives us a huge opportunity to address those complex challenges we are facing. So that's the second point. But third point is that the good thing about this FSEC report is that it actually does show us that it's entirely feasible, technically feasible, and which means we know how to do it. Let's say that we can describe what kind of policy measures, intervention can help us. But the challenge is that it doesn't necessarily tell us it's very easy. Actually, the bottom line of that FSEC report is how challenging it is to implement those policy the recommendations. So let me, do I have 1 more minute or something? Yeah. Okay, let me just go a little bit and maybe deeper on each of the points. In terms of costs, that the report tells us that we have 10 to 15 trillion US dollars that cost every year. And it comes from health cost. It's about 11 trillion US dollars. And the environmental cost, about 3 trillion US dollars. So together, it's about 15 trillion US dollars annually. So it's a huge challenge and suffering on us. But if we try to do that the food system transformation, it actually changes the entire spectrum. And our research shows us that actually FSEC did in one particular transformative pathway and simulated and what kind of opportunity, actually the benefits, the new scenario, food system transformation pathway creates. And it tells us that it's entirely possible to produce 10 to 15 trillion annual that the benefit, and it's really, really huge. And it's completely changed that the picture I just mentioned. For instance, in terms of the human cost, that the currently it's still 640 million people under the current scenario. We will see the 640 million underweighted people even by 2050, and we do have 1.5 billion people with obesity, and the deforestation may continue with 71 million hectares of natural forest and gone. Then nitrogen continue to pollute our water. So this is the current scenario. But by doing this, that food system transformation, we will really see this and completely change this picture with a healthier people, a healthier planet, and healthier, actually, the less concern about the supply chain. So the entire picture completely changed with. Maybe you are asking what is the intervention that it may happen, and we have about 5 areas for intervention, how to realize those benefits. The number one is actually the rural infrastructure and the restoration, the protection, and food loss. It's about 200 billion, the cost of the cost. Then another 200 and 300 billion for the social safety net, because we expect that maybe price increase may occur. So total about 200 to 500 billion US dollars. But it is a cost, but compared with 5 to 10 trillion benefit, it's really affordable cost. That is the economics calculation. We leave it to a little bit of the political challenge to all of you, because the challenge of the food system transformation is that the food system has quite diverse multi-stakeholder along the value chain with very different power structure and with very different prospect of transformation. So how we, particularly decision makers, that not only just politicians, but the food system decision makers and the citizens all together to create the pathway to transform this food system for the future for the people and the planet. That is a challenge ahead of us. We did economic calculation, but the transformation, the implementation side is really on front of us. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much, Naoku, for highlighting the economic benefit of sustainable food system. And it's a journey that we don't take alone, but actually in partnership and collaboration with others. Hindu, I know that you need to leave us, so I'm going to have the word to you. From your indigenous perspective and the climate injustice indigenous peoples face when it comes to food system, if you can share a bit your reflections on your experience in linking the justice perspective when it comes to the food system agenda.
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. As Naoko already said that the food system is related to the climate change, I wanted to give you some of the examples that we are living now. So while we are talking here, we are experiencing around all the Sahel regions a big flood. In addition to the already food insecurity that people are facing, and I'm not talking about the nutrition who become a luxury for some of the indigenous communities, because it's the matter of what you can get, that's what you can eat. You cannot check the balance of if you get your diet with the fruit or with the veggie, you just wanted to save yourself from the food. So in addition to that, with the climate change impact, the accessibility to the food become huge. All the crop that people planted are roots. And then after the 2-3 months that is coming, so that means the food insecurity will be very high. So as indigenous peoples, we really develop our traditional knowledge through adaptation for long term. I'm coming from nomadic people, so of course we have to know how the nature functioning in order to feed our families, our communities. So indigenous peoples from all over the world, the Pacific or the Amazon or the Congo Basin or whatever the Himalaya mountain, when there is a hurricane, they have to know where they can get food. When there is a flood, they have to know where there is a food. Or where there is a drought, they have to know where is the water. So those unique knowledge must be the guidance for the food sovereignty. We are not talking about food security as indigenous peoples. We talk about the food sovereignty, where everyone can depend and everyone can have his diet in order to sustain his community and his family. So we do have under the how to say, after the food summit, so we created the indigenous peoples food coalition, where we have 15 countries join it with the indigenous peoples from the 7 socio-cultural regions. So one of the items, as from the opening we hear, the school meal, how we can ensure that the school meal based on the diet of indigenous communities from the food sovereignty of each country, not shipping like the rice, the wheat, etc. Because when you have COVID, frontiers are closed, how people can eat? It's not working. So it's better going back to the food sovereignty of indigenous peoples, so everyone can have what they can cultivate in a specific ecosystem. So then the school meal can be based on the traditional knowledge of the communities there that can help them to feed them. The second, we are working on indigenous people's knowledge and food system. So I'm coming from pastoralist community. So in the pastoralist way, we do produce, I was telling people, the best burger ever, sustainable, not the McDonald's one, but really that can respect the nature, that can help to restore the soil, that can help to restore the ecosystem there. So if they tell you to eat the meat there, of course you stand up and eat with proudness, because it is the meat that reach the net zero and even carbon negative. It's completely different than the Western agriculture, who is driver of the deforestation, but driver of the carbon emission, and where you can say, not only being vegetarian, maybe I can be vegan just to protect the nature. So how we can respect the different way of the food system and valuing, that is what indigenous peoples are working through. And as we discussed in New York very kindly, we will be happy to see how we can collaborate together in this report 2.0, how we can have the indigenous people's voices, knowledge to be included in the report, and to share the report with everyone, to leave no one behind, but to have the different system of knowledge, from science to the indigenous people's knowledge and wisdom that can help us to sustain a food that can respect the nature and the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hindu, for tackling the importance of food sovereignty, the traditional knowledge, and the health sustainable food practices. I can assure you from each side that the indigenous people's views and knowledge will be reflected in translation of the 8th Lancet 2.0. Matthijs, if we can go to you. Sweden had the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers, so it will be great if you can share a bit about the Sweden's food system priorities. And we're very proud to have you as the climate ambassador of Sweden here with us at the event. It will be great to hear your personal reflections of how you see food systems are reflected in this COP29 agenda.
Thanks so much for the invitation, and great to be here at the Nordic Pavilion, seeing also our slogan here being the climate neutral region by 2050, and how to shape a climate neutral society. And also from a Swedish perspective, happy to have the Swedish Pavilion just sort of 2 blocks down here, where Swedish business actors also can provide the kind of solutions which I think speak to many of the challenges which have been presented here earlier in the panel. From a Swedish perspective, we have, of course, been engaged in the processes related to and following the 2021 Food System Summit, including through developing our national pathway for sustainable food systems. And our agriculture policy embraces a food systems approach, focusing on increased productivity and resource efficiency throughout the value chain. And it emphasizes specifically based improvements, renewable energy production, and conservation of biological diversity in the agricultural landscape. Our strategic plan for agriculture policy is a key to achieve our food strategy's goal of increased food production, while also achieving relevant national environmental objectives. And we do see significant synergies here as improved resource efficiency through investments and increased knowledge results in increased productivity as well as reduced climate impact. And we do see also that there are substantial opportunities for climate mitigation within food systems, including in areas such as transport, power, heating and cooling. And additionally, addressing food loss and waste is of major importance. Our national food strategy adopts an integrated approach to align production with environmental objectives, fostering a competitive and sustainable food system, and multi-stakeholder participation and bringing actors from across the food system together is also important for fostering a shared understanding that is crucial for creating the enable conditions necessary for these transformative solutions. Input and action by the private sector, finance institutions, academia, as we've seen here on the panel today, and civil society is really key for both economic integration and effective coordination on the ground. And could I also just mention here that we are looking forward to co-hosting the Eat Stockholm Food Forum next year, hopefully I think in October. Could I just mention, maybe also from a Nordic perspective, highlighting that a priority for us as the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers this year has been strengthening cross-border collaboration with the aim to share knowledge, technology and best practices. And with the rising geopolitical tensions, countries in the Baltic Sea region are facing shared challenges, including the need to strengthen food security. And the Nordic Council of Ministers for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Agriculture, Food and Forestry therefore adopted the Karlstad Declaration. Karlstad is a town in Sweden, or a city in Sweden, on preparedness, robustness and resilience in June earlier this year. As several crises in recent years have shown, preparedness is an important factor for resilient and sustainable food systems. A transition that not only supports sustainability, but also boosts competitiveness throughout innovation and new market opportunities. Bioeconomy is also an important sector for resource-efficient, competitive economy and for supporting the green transition by using bio-based resources, contributing to lowering greenhouse gas emissions and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. Joint efforts to develop renewable energy and boosting energy efficiency are also key to ensuring energy security. And from a COP29 perspective, obviously jointly we can ensure support for parties to reflecting all of these priorities, which I think have been mentioned both in the initial presentation and in the panel, reflecting these elements in the new nationally determined contributions which are to be handed in just ahead of COP30 in Brazil next year. Hopefully also building on the COP28 declaration on sustainable agriculture, resilient food systems and climate action, which we were proudly also signatories last year. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Matthias. I think your intervention gave us a bit of a hope. The promise of your new NDCs. This is a great promise. Thank you so much. And we're very proud to have Sweden as a co-host when we launch the official report of the 8th Last Commission 2.0. Lisa, you're a very prominent food business leader, and we're very eager to hear your reflections a bit about Denmark's work on health and nutrition overall, and how do you see the Danish dietary guidelines impacted you from a private sector perspective?
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me just give respect to the differences that we represent here in the panel. First of all, it's about having enough food to eat. And secondly, it's about distributing the food that we actually have and recognizing the challenges that you so specifically learned those about. And then allow me to ask just one question to everyone here, because this is also about knowledge and about what we eat. So maybe just with a hand raised, does you participating here today, do you know that you gain the right amount of, let's say, whole grain in your daily diet? Do you know that? Each one of you, by raising your hand, do you get the right and healthy amount of whole grain? A few persons have a certain kind of knowledge about this, so this dialogue is also about knowledge, not only for me, but certainly for all of us. reflecting the Danish approach to this subject, I would like to say that Food Nation is a public-private partnership. So yes, I can bring in the private sector perspective to this dialogue, but I will give it in a balance with the public sector. Because from a Danish perspective, we can only reach these challenges if we bring it in a public-private context. So I would like to give you a few examples on how the approach from a Danish perspective has been incorporating the Nordic nutrition recommendations. So in 2021, Denmark was actually the first country in the world to address national dietary guidelines with the perspective on combining both health and sustainability by adjusting the national dietary guidelines by incorporating the fact that we got recommendations saying you need to lower your intake of meat, you need to raise your intake of legumes, you need to adjust all the way around in your diet. So in 2021, this was the first time that we saw national dietary guidelines which actually combined the importance of sustainability and health. See you. And good luck. The second case that I want to share on how Denmark works with combining the health and sustainability is the public-private partnerships. And we have several good examples on this, but the one I would like to highlight right here is the whole grain partnership. So I started by asking you, do you know how much the recommendations is for your daily intake of whole grains? And actually this was incorporated in the National Dietary Guidelines for Denmark back in 2008. And we realized that the Danes was at a crazy low level of intake. So we realized we have to grow this number because we know that a higher amount of whole grain in your daily diet will prevent several diseases, to say, for example, diabetes and also several types of cancer. So an initiative was started, and that was including the private sector. So sitting around the table, we had both the public and the private sector setting targets for how to develop new products with a higher amount of whole grain so that we could actually guide the everyday consumer in making it an easier choice to make both a healthy and also a more sustainable choice. So a label was created and presented to consumers, and also a whole wave of product development was actually started by the private sector. And since then, we have seen a growth in the number of grams of whole grain per day. So the Danes now know the number, and also the amount of new products being launched for everyday consumers has also raised remarkably. So in this way, setting targets and using the national dietary guidelines and also the sustainable targets as, I would say, innovative levers. I would say that the private sector takes a huge step towards nudging consumers in making more sustainable and more healthy choices in the same time. And I say this with the hugest respect of differences between the global north and the global south. But my point is that the public-private perspective and engagement in creating change and setting targets and reaching out for these targets in collaboration, this is the key that will make us move forward and take the important steps that we really need. let me just take one more example, and that is the National Action Plan for Plant-Based Products, which was launched last autumn. Also, Denmark was the first country to launch a national action plan on plant-based products. And this action plan, of course, was also a follow-up on the national dietary guidelines, because we know that we have to involve all the different stakeholders to take action in pushing for the intake and the change of the diets for you and me and all of us here today. So I think I'll leave it at that for this time.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for sharing innovative national examples and solutions in Denmark, and really emphasizing on the key and essential role of public-private partnerships for system transformation. I just have a question for the three of you. If you have, let's say, an elevator pitch or 30 seconds for a strong call to actions for the leaders here at COP29, what will that message be? We start another round. Lisa, and then Matthias, and then
Okay, I would say that my best advice to the COP negotiators here, reaching out for making the important combination and relation between health and sustainability, would be to invite the private sector to the table and set targets for the change, and invite for a process where all the different stakeholders along the value chain should work in reaching these targets, and everyone should take a responsibility. And we should use these specific targets as innovation levers. And I believe that this is a way that we can collaborate both in the global north and in the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Matthias.
Thanks. Well, since the two maybe key themes for this COP is finance and the new nationally determined contributions, I'd like to build on Lisa's comments in saying that to the extent that countries can set these kinds of ambitious national targets and then have them reflected in the new NDCs to be presented next year, that's an opportunity to bring together or ensure that food systems transformation is appropriately reflected in the new NDCs and also appropriately financed. By setting these kinds of ambitious targets and then being able to be reflected in the NDCs, and hopefully at an aggregate global level, we will also see that kind of progress ahead of COP30 next year.
Yeah, we hope so too. Yoko.
I was really excited to see the presentation by Commissioner, but you are now thinking about how that fundamental menu be tailored to the difference of the region or each of the country, because it will address the huge repercussion when the Eat Lancet #1 was released. And I was in Washington, D.C. and observing that despite of the great scientific basis, that it caused a huge discussion around the world. So that when you do Eat Lancet 2.0, you can really reflect this regional cultural differences, and so that we can get the buy-in from the entire globe. That's one point I want to make. Just one more quick thing, which I completely forgot to mention, that under this EFSEC recommendation, the #1 recommendation is actually shifting the diet. So it actually relates to this point. If it is that important, at least the economics say that we have to do it, right? And we have to get a huge buy-in on that. Being an economist, I also want to see how this entire economic system can take account for the full value of natural capital, so that each one of our economic decision making, including what do we eat tonight, can reflect this full value of natural capital, so that we can do justice to the food system.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for your great interventions and for participation. That has been really great to hear your different perspectives. Round of applause. Now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Carlos Augustin. He's the advisor to the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Brazil, and he's going to provide our concluding remarks of this event. And I would like to introduce Mr. Alison Suarez from the GFI Brazil, who's going to be helping us with the translation. And on behalf of the organizers, I thank you all for being here with us today. Thank you.
Muito bem. Eu vou falar em português e ele vai traduzir.
I'm going to be speaking Portuguese and he's going to be translating.
O Brasil pode colaborar muito com a segurança alimentar do mundo, pode diminuir a emissão de CO2.
Brazil has much to offer, contributing to the reducing of the emission of GHG gases and also the reduction of the deforestation.
O Brasil atualmente planta culturas anuais 50 milhões de hectares.
Brazil is currently growing 50 million hectares of crops annually.
Porém, temos 160 milhões de hectares de pastagem.
But we have 160 million hectares of pastures.
Terço dessas pastagens de má qualidade.
1/3 of these pastures is of bad quality.
O governo brasileiro instituiu programa de financiamento para transformar pastagens de baixa qualidade em pastagens de boa qualidade ou em lavouras de alta produção.
And therefore the Brazilian government has instituted a program to transform those low quality pastures into high quality pastures.
E atualmente já contamos com o início desse financiamento. O próprio governo brasileiro vai prover algo em torno de 1,2 bilhões de dólares.
And we are currently working on a government financing at the level of $1 million and $1,200,000 annually.
E isso vai ser suficiente para incrementar 1 milhão de hectares ou de pastos melhorados ou de lavouras anuais.
And that's going to be enough to implement and increment at least 1 million hectares of degraded pastures.
Esse esforço será feito com financiamento de juro muito baixo, o juro da metade do juro comercial brasileiro.
And the effort is going to be made with very low interest, that is actually half the regular interest that is being used mostly.
E vamos exigir que o agricultor, tomador desse dinheiro, pratique requisitos ambientais bastante severos.
And to get those low interests, farmers will have to attend very rigorous criteria and sustainable criteria.
Terá que fazer a preservação das reservas naturais, ou mais do que a lei pede.
They're going to have to manage their legal environmental reserves, and even more than that.
Usar bioinsumos, o Brasil já é líder de bioinsumos no mundo.
They're going to have to use bioinsumos.
Praticar no-till, plantio direto.
They're going to have to do direct planting.
Praticar cobertura morta, cover crop.
They're going to have to practice overcrop.
Observar a legislação trabalhista e conseguir certificados que têm boas práticas trabalhistas.
They're also going to have to observe the working rules.
Será introduzido também em fazer balanço de carbono pois esse decreto exige que, ao cabo de 10 anos, ele não tenha emissão de CO2. Ele está com problema. Acabou a bateria. Pega aqui, ó.
Thank you. They're also going to have to, of course, observe the legal laws and the legal procedures that already have been established by the Brazilian government to do that.
Como eu já tinha falado, uso de bioinsumos, fazer balanço de carbono.
Carbon balance.
Nós vamos introduzir para que ele aprenda a fazer balanço de carbono.
The government is going to help farmers to learn how to do the carbon balance.
Porque do início ao fim do projeto, que são 10 anos, ele não poderá ter aumento de emissão, terá que ter diminuição de emissão.
And within the 10-year term for the project, the farmer cannot have any increase on the emissions, only decrease on the emissions.
Tudo isso nós vamos fazer com o apoio da Embrapa.
And that much we're going to have the support of the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, Embrapa,
que fará os protocolos para atingir essas boas práticas.
Who is going to implement the protocols for those good practices.
Estamos ambicionando fazer 40 milhões de hectares com essa política.
And they intend to make 40 million hectares with this new policy.
Portanto, estamos falando de 50 milhões de hectares hoje.
Therefore, we're talking about 50 million hectares today.
Para acrescentar mais 40 milhões de hectares, praticamente dobrar.
And doubling that to get 50 million more hectares.
Isto é possível. A gente pode fazer sem desmatamento.
And that's possible to be done without any deforestation.
Podemos fazer com boas práticas ambientais.
That can be done with good environmental practice.
E podemos ainda reduzir a emissão de carbono.
And actually reducing carbon emissions.
Tudo isso o agricultor brasileiro pode fazer. Temos tecnologia para fazer.
And for all of that, the Brazilian farmers have the technology and all the support for the government.
O segredo para que tudo isso aconteça.
And the secret for that to happen.
Baixa taxa de juro.
Low interests.
E esta COP exatamente fala de financiamento.
And this is a COP that tackles financing.
A maneira de induzir o agricultor, a agricultura, a boas práticas, a baixo carbono, aumentar a produtividade, respeitar as leis trabalhistas, a maneira de conseguir isso é oferecendo juro baixo.
And the way for the government to do all of that, to foster farmers into attending all those good practice rules, is financing with low interests.
Isso então, este ano começa o governo brasileiro a fazer e convida os outros países a colaborar para que a gente consiga juros baixos e aumentar e chegar a dobrar a produção brasileira de novo, com baixo carbono, não fazendo desmatamento e com boas práticas ambientais.
And since the Brazilian government is going to start this project this year, we are therefore inviting all other governments to join us in this effort to offer low financing interests to farmers to achieve that high productivity with low or none increase in the emissions.
Por último, queria agradecer aos países que contribuem ao Fundo da Amazônia.
He would also like to really appreciate all countries that contribute to the Amazon Fund.
Principalmente a Noruega, que faz aporte bem forte.
Especially Norway, who is responsible for a big part of it.
Quero comentar que a estatística de desmatamento do Brasil,
the last deforestation statistics from Brazil,
e baixou bem,
that shows a huge decrease in deforestation.
1,5 milhões de hectares.
And by a huge decrease, we're talking about 1.5 million hectares.
The total is 1,5 milhões.
Yeah, over 1
Porém, desses 1,5 milhões de hectares, 2/3 é desmatamento ilegal.
But of that 1.5 million hectares, 2/3 are from illegal deforestation.
E para isso o Brasil precisa mais dinheiro internacional para poder fazer o esforço do combate à ilegalidade do desmatamento.
And to tackle that illegal deforestation, Brazil needs more investment and more global and international financing.
Finalizando, o Brasil pode dobrar sua produção de alimento.
Summarizing it, Brazil can double its food production.
Não precisa desmatar para isso.
It doesn't need to increase deforestation in order to do that.
Pode ter práticas muito boas de sustentabilidade.
It can achieve much better sustainability practices.
E pode diminuir a emissão de carbono.
It can really reduce the emission of carbon.
Technology,
bons
agricultores,
good farmers,
e juro barato.
And small interest for financing.
Esta é a chave desse sucesso que nós começamos e pretendemos dobrar a produção brasileira.
That's the key for the Brazilian success for increasing sustainable production.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.